Good evening, and welcome to the 2025 State of the Territory. My name is Alan Baptiste with Legit TV, and my co-host.
My name is Jamal Potter with Legit TV.
How are you doing, Jamal?
I'm good, how are you?
Good. We're here again. So we're looking forward to the State of the Territory. Looking forward to what the governor has to say. How are you feeling right now? How are you feeling about where we at?
I'm optimistic about where we are. I do believe a lot of Virgin Islanders right now are probably a bit, maybe they're a bit on edge with all that has been happening in the territory, but I would hope that a lot of us are cautiously optimistic about what we're about to hear today.
Great, that's what I say, something to look forward to. I am definitely looking forward to his plans for the future as to some of the stuff that happens in the past with the case. I know he's going to roll on that, but we want to make it sound good for where it is that we're at. So it's optimistic. We have hope.
Yeah.
So we're, like I said, glad to be here at the Capitol in the Irby Arkley Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. I see you've been getting some weather, but outside it's looking lovely.
Yeah, it has been a little. The weather's been a bit unstable, crazy. I don't know what you want to call it, but we've had some interesting weather recently.
Okay, good. So we also have to welcome the 36th legislature.
Yes.
Looking forward to that. We have a new Senate president. We have some new members as well. So we're looking forward to some of those conversations as well. And later on, we will hear from them as to what they thought and what the governor's moving forward to, and what he's pushed back into, and what it is he's doing. So looking forward to that as well.
Looking forward.
Also, you could listen to us you could check us on
We are on
Facebook.
We're on Facebook. We're on X. We're on LinkedIn and YouTube.
That's right. So you can follow us. If you can't catch us here, there's other different places you could catch us. And we're also live on Via on channel, we are 26 on St.
26 and HD on 526.
526, yes. So you could definitely catch the State of the Territory 2025. We're here sitting down waiting. I've heard that there's a crowd outside already. We have seen some people coming in and sitting down. So we're looking good. We're looking good so far. Looking good.
We're good.
I keep talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. Keep talking. I'm going to pop the graphics. Let her keep talking. We're just working on audio. Tell her keep going. She's going to go in smoothly.
You ain't had nothing, right?
No.
I mean, you using
We get her audio. Okay, tell Thing get ready. Tell them start talking inside. Part of them. Tell part of them start talking inside.
One of the most important things as well is the WAPA situation.
Yes.
We definitely need to hear some kind of progress on that and how it is we're going to move forward. That's affecting every single Virgin Islander. I mean, amongst a lot of things, one of the things that have also been in my mind is our healthcare. You know, at some point, some of us going to have some kind of family that's going to need to go to the hospital.
Yes.
And we would definitely like to know that they're going to be well taken care of.
Yes, and that is a thing that I think that is affecting everyone. I'm not going to go into details myself, but I've had family members who've had some health situations in recent time, and they've been very concerned about the state of the hospital. There is one person who I know, they said, hey, I actually went into the emergency room. I was there for hours and I was not serviced. So.
Right. So, like I said, some of the stuff down WAPA for sure is definitely on top of my list. To be honest with you, like I say, it affects a lot of us. And also, even with the healthcare, we see that Senator Fonseca is back on help with the KSB. I think that was a good choice. I think he was doing a good job. I think he has a well-rounded about, especially with the older community, which we know for sure that we have a very older community right now.
Yes. Once again, we are seeing the Virgin Islands, its population is getting older.
Right.
So I think as this population is getting older, we're going to have to focus a lot on those kinds of services. I can't name everything off the top of my head right now, but as this population gets older, you're going to have to focus on healthcare significantly.
Definitely. Like I said, we were at the Capitol building on St. Thomas. We were waiting for the arrival of Governor Albert Bryan. We're also waiting for the arrival of our 36 legislature senators. We have a new Senate president, Senator Potter. He's, this was his second year? Third year. So
Third term.
He's in me. We also have some veteran senators. I was looking at some of the dates, and some senators are here from 2015, which is very impressive as well. So we have a good type of veterans, and we also have some freshmen coming in as well. Okay, it's good. Okay, so we've been talking about the outside, and in a few seconds we should be able to go to Africa Harrigan. She's here with Legit TV as well, and hopefully she could give us a synopsis of what's going on outside in the beautiful island of St. Thomas.
Thank you. Outside of the grounds of the legislature of the Virgin Islands, you can see over here we have the governor's cabinet just arriving, mingling, awaiting for the start of the State of the Territory address delivered by Governor Albert Bryan. Surprisingly, this year we do not have any protesters. The protester stands are very empty. Usually in the past we've had the teachers' unions come forward, we've had the steel workers' unions come forward, but this year everyone seems to be pretty quiet, and even in recent years people were also coming out to protest against the high village of Wapa. But this year the protesters are quiet for the State of the Territory address. So as the governor's cabinet enters the legislature of the Virgin Islands, we have the red carpet for them to come, and then right here they take their photos, their professional photographs prior to entering into the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall upstairs. And that's what's happening right now. Everything is quiet. It's a nice windy day. Everything's mellow, and everyone's just simply awaiting the governor to come to the legislature of the Virgin Islands. Back to you, Jamal and Alwyn.
Thank you so much, Africa. You get us a good bird's eye view of what's going on outside. We did a Facebook post and we asked some questions about what people wanted to talk about from what they wanted to hear from the governor's State of the Territory, which is this is actually his 7th State of the Territory. So what some of the questions or some of the ideas that people were talking or saying? Okay, well, so let's talk about the Facebook post. Let's see what we have there.
We've recently seemed to have the presence of ICE in the community. This is what's been concerning in various parts of our community. One commenter says dental care for seniors and children. We have another commenter stating he needs to talk about raises, especially for school monitors, custodial workers, hiring maintenance workers, and paying a living wage. We have better education, better hospitals, and tax returns. Tax returns have always been a heated issue. More education, lack of schools. They're saying we need better repair and maintenance, lack of staff, teachers. Teacher retention has been a high issue in the territory. Health again, lack of facilities, crumbling structures. One asks about why hasn't the minimum wage gone up? Once again, education, hospitals, disaster recovery, infrastructure, financial accountability. I think there is a theme that's been going on here where we're asking about health and financial accountability and education. There is definitely a main theme that has been observed here. And
I'm grateful for the post. This is what we actually living through. We're going through. A lot of us going through this with the KSB. So these are sensible topics. These are some. At least if you're a Virgin Island, at some point you have to be faced with at least one of these topics with the KSB. So we are grateful for a lot of the responses that we got. Just want to quickly mention some of the new body. Like I mentioned earlier before, we have a new Senate President. We have Senator Benedict E. Potter. We have another veteran senator, the Vice Chair, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Some of the other members, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr., Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Nobel E. Francis Jr., another veteran as well, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Hubert L. Frederick, which also will be a newcomer. Senator Mary C. James, Senator Franklin Johnson has done some terms, Senator Carla Joseph. She has been here from 2021 and someplace around there. That's right. I believe, yes. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr., also a newcomer. Senator Avery L. Lewis, a newcomer as well. And another veteran as well, Senator Kurt A. Viale. So this is a different bunch again. We've seen a little changes here and there with the case, but it is a different bunch. like I said, we're looking forward to the 36th legislature. I'm hopeful that they hit the ground running. Like I said, we have a lot of issues that we're trying to face, that we're trying to attack. We're going to listen to the governor's State to the Territory. Of course, he's going to highlight some of the stuff that's done in the past year and what's not with the case. But hopefully he touches on some of the stuff that we need to work on as well, Some of the other thoughts on that?
Well, I think I do share a lot of the thoughts that most Virgin Islanders are having. Once again, we are concerned about healthcare. We're concerned about education. I think a lot of us, particularly, I'd say, my generation coming up, the quote-unquote millennials, a lot of us are concerned about, we're basically just here trying to make it.
Yeah,
we're trying to, just be comfortable and live. And
Right. Sometimes you just don't want to hear about the negativity. You just want to hear, we work in this and we could see it happening with the KP. Sometimes we see the changes. When again we see some roads getting paved with the KP. So we know that he's making his best attempt and what's not. Sometimes it just feels like it's a little slower. It feels like it's not on the forefront. But like I said, I encourage people, to listen to the Senate hearings and be a part of these conversations. State to the Territory, listen to the governor, listen to his speeches, so we could have detailed conversation amongst ourselves as well.
Yes. That is a conversation that I have a lot with my friends. I always tell them, hey, watch one of these hearings, come to the legislature to sit down and, see how the process works. I think the issue that we've had a lot of time is that I think, quite frankly, a lot of us don't understand and don't know how this process works.
Right.
I think a lot of us believe that, hey, we have this problem today, and someone's supposed to magically wave a magic wand and it gets fixed tomorrow. So I really want a lot of us, and particularly my generation, to sit down and learn and figure out how exactly how this thing works exactly. Really,
that's very interesting. Very interesting. Again, you can find us legislature. We do a good job of getting this information out. So whatever platform that you choose to watch or listen, like I said, be a part of the conversations. We do a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that we could put this information out. You can find us on X at Legislature USVI, also at YouTube at Legislature USVI as well, LinkedIn, company, Legislature USVI again, Vimeo.com, Legit TV, and follow us on Instagram at Legislature USVI. So you can find us wherever you can find us. Be a part of this conversation. Like I said, we do a lot of work to make sure that we get this information out to you. A lot of behind the scenes. So just do your part, and we should be good.
We should be good.
We should be good. So like I said, we're waiting on the governors and his cabinet to arrive, and also our sitting senators. We're looking forward to a wonderful night. Hopefully we learn something. Hopefully we get some good news to energize us and make us feel good to be a Virgin Islander tonight with the case to be moving forward. Any thoughts? What about you?
I don't think I have any additional thoughts, but once again, I think a lot of the Virgin Islanders is probably just we're wanting something good.
Right.
I think a lot of us have probably felt a little depressed recently because of all that has been happening. We've seen
a lot of negative.
We've seen a lot of negative headlines recently, and I think a lot of us are probably looking for this to get something good.
Yeah. Agreed. So we're here at the Capitol on St. Thomas, Island of St. Thomas, waiting forward, and we're going to be back to Africa. Africa, are you there? What are you doing?
Okay, so I'm still here at the grounds of the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and if you can see over here, okay, as you can see, I'm still here in the grounds of the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and if you look to my right, you can see that the governor's cabinet is actually lining up, waiting for the governor to arrive. I believe that more of his cabinet members, as the time gets closer, the line would get a whole lot longer. You can hear the motorcades. I'm assuming it's, oh, no, that's not them. Okay, well, traffic is definitely blocked off. VIPD as well as other federal agencies are collaborating today to ensure that the state of the territory is very safe. So if you're coming downtown towards the legislature of the Virgin Islands, you might be diverted because they have that road blocked off ready for the governor to make his grand entrance. If you look outside here, we still have the line. It's just getting a little bit longer while cabinet members are still strolling over here to line up as well. But that's what's happening outside here for the State of the Territory address.
So Africa, so you're not seeing any protesters?
No, right now we do not have any protesters, to my surprise.
Wow.
Usually we do have protesters. People come out to protest against low wages or to get a raise. People come out to protest against the high WAPA bills. People come out to protest. The Steelworkers Union and the Teachers Union usually come out to make their voices heard. But this year, surprisingly, the grounds are very quiet.
I'm actually I'm very shocked to hear that.
Yes, I am.
Very shocked to hear that
I am
because
as well.
I think we've always known Virgin Islanders to be very vocal and to be very, expressive, and to not see them out here tonight, I'm definitely shocked.
Or maybe our Facebook post worked and all of the protesters were.
That could probably be a good thing. But once again, I always encourage people, hey, it is your right to protest. It's your right to go and say, hey, I'm not happy. Do something about this. That is literally your right in the Constitution to say, hey, I'm not happy. Do something about this.
and this is the best stage. He's going to be here. And, like I say, he's going to talk about the stuff that he's done in the last year and what the case be and what he's looking forward. He actually has 2 more years. 2 more years to get whatever it is he has needs to get done with the case. And it might seem like a short time, but it's gonna move real fast. It's gonna move real fast.
We were just in the 35th legislature,
right.
And it seemed like that just went like that.
That's right. So, like I said, I'm looking forward to hear his take and his strengths and what it is that we need to do better as a whole, as a community. And for the senators as well. Like I said, we have some freshman senators coming in. Most of them have had some kind of background in government.
Yes.
So they should be at least familiar with what
Yes,
goes on.
I would hope that having some sort of government experience would probably give you, I don't want to call it a cheat sheet of sorts,
Right.
but you'd have an idea of what the problems are. And
Right.
maybe you have an idea of, okay, this is probably how I would want to solve this, or you have a general working of how you think, hey, I'd like to fix this in X way or Y way.
Right. And then another topic that we as Virgin Islands know, we have 15 senators.
Yes.
You understand? and we have 7 at St. Croix, we have 7 at St. Thomas, and but they are not magicians as well.
No.
You understand? They have to go through some of the same processes that people have to go through. We have to talk to people and get feedback. Senators are here to, write laws, not really to call public works to with the case. That's not really there.
Yeah, and I feel that has been one of the things we've had. This, I think it goes back to civics. I now have a running joke with friends that I say, I think the only civics that Virgin Islanders know are the one that drives. But I really feel that civics education needs to be a thing. We need to go and say, hey, this is how this works. If you have the problem, you're supposed to go directly to them.
Right.
It's that the senators, they're here to help, but
Right.
they're not the ones who are actually going to go on and
Right.
put that into.
That department needs money.
Yeah, they need money.
Right.
They
So we
have to.
Mhm.
They have to go ask for the money,
Right.
and then this is
Right.
gonna get taken care of.
Right, and then they do a follow up as to, okay, we gave you the money. What did you do with the case? And I agree with that part one whole card wholly with the case, because that's the job. Somebody, like I said, I think the public looks at it a different way, and I think you can still do what you have to do. It's still fine, but but we still need you to make your bills and making sure that we get some of these things done.
Yes, that's it.
Good.
Yes. Yeah, we had a little difficulty there.
Like I said, we're still waiting on the governor's entrance. We're here. I'm here with my co-host, Jamal. My name is Alvin Baptiste. And we have Africa outside. I don't know if she's getting any action outside as yet. We just saw, I think the only person at games that I recognized was former Senator Positive Nelson. That's the only person I recognize from this seat. I believe, well, I guess when we go back to Africa, we will see who else is lining up. And when they get in the chamber, they have a seat, we could get a better idea of who's there and which department they're representing. Right? So, looking forward to it, looking forward to it, looking forward to it.
Looking forward.
Africa, are you there?
Yes, I am. So we're still on the grounds of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. It's very quiet. I think that the alarm that just went by, everyone thought that it was going to be the governor's motorcade coming through to the grounds of the legislature. So everyone was lining up. And when everyone realized that it was not the governor, they just dispersed and started mingling again. And that's fine, too. As you can see, we have VIPD on the ocean, VIPD blocking the roads. So this is a very secure environment out here in the grounds of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. There are still cabinet members that are strolling in, getting their photos taken, walking on the red carpet, and mixing and mingling until the governor comes. This is definitely a highly anticipated State of the Territory address. It is Governor Albert Bryan's 7th State of the Territory address, and everyone in the Virgin Islands is probably glued to legit TV just to hear what he has to say. Thank you so much. Back to you, Jamal and Alwyn.
Thank you, Africa. Thank you, Africa. I love that shot. That shot makes me feel good. Next time we have to switch and put her in here.
Yeah,
we go outside.
We need to be outside this time.
Loving it, loving it, loving it. So actually, when we convene with the Senate session. If we're in recess now, so we go into the Senate session first, and then about 7 o'clock, we should be awaiting the presence of the governor.
Yes.
So we're looking forward to Senator Milton Potter, Senate President Senator Potter, whatever the case. But like I said, this is his first go around at it.
Yes.
And looking forward to see how he handles the 36th legislature. We should be good. We should be good. I'm optimistic. I feel like we should be good.
I would say I am cautiously optimistic to see what comes out of the 36th legislature.
Yes, agreed. Agreed. We have to welcome back our Senator Viale as well. Senator Francis and I have almost the same type of terms, with exception of Senator Viale not running because he went for governor, so he comes down that turn. So most of them, also Senator Blyden is up in that race. He should be there from about 2015.
2015, if I remember correctly, yes.
That's right. So they've been there for a while.
We have some veteran senators in the mix.
Right. So they should be a no-brainer. They should be accustomed to this speech as well. Yes. They're supposed to know to knock this out the park, and from this, what most of the questions that we basically ask, what was the tone and what's not. But this time, I think we want to get more directly, some more direct answers. The senators already formed the committees, committee members and what's not. So we want to get more detailed information as to, what's their plans, what we want to tackle first. What's the lowest fruit that we could pick right now, so we have to deal with. Like I said, we could go on and on. We have stuff to discuss.
We can go on and on about this.
We got stuff to discuss. So like I said, we're looking forward to it. Any other thoughts you have, Jamal?
No, once again, I don't think I have any immediate thoughts on this, but once again, I always tell everybody, sit down and watch the process. I think a lot of us are probably unaware of how all of this works, right. And I believe that tends to give you a lot of ignorant answers as to how this thing works. So once again, I implore anyone within the sound of my voice, come to the legislature one day. If we're in session, just come and listen, and then you'll probably get to see how this thing works.
Just make sure you dress appropriately.
Yeah, just come, dress appropriately, and we'll welcome you.
Yes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. The legislative session of January 13th, 2025, which reconvenes today, January 27th, 2025, is now back on the record. Please stand as we have Father Anthony Abraham of Our Lady of Mount Carmel Catholic Church, Cruz Bay St. John, lead us in a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for your love and for your goodness to us. We pray that you will be with us through the power of your Spirit this evening, that everything that happens here will be for your honor and for your glory. May your blessing be with us today and every day of our earthly lives, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much, Pastor Abram. That was short and sweet. You may be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Secretary, can we please have a quorum call?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., present. Senator Avery L. Lewis, present. Senator Lewis, present. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele, Senator Vele, present. Mr. President, 15 members present.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. We have a quorum, so we are prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time? Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please read this evening's agenda into the record?
Consideration of floor agenda. The 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will reconvene to receive the State of the Territory address from the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., Governor of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Okay, good evening, colleagues. Once again, good evening to everyone. We're going to recess for 1 minute.
And we are back, and they're all lining up. We are back at the legislature of the Virgin Islands, and we're getting ready for the State of the Territory address by Senator Albert Bryan Jr. And who are we seeing there so far, Jamal?
Is that his cabinet? I'm not sure.
Yes, that's some of his cabinets.
That's some of his cabinet members. Yes.
I see. Is that Patrick Williams from the Veterans Office? Veterans Affairs. We also see the Director for Energy.
That's Energy. I'm not sure who else I'm seeing. But it does look like we are seeing the governor's cabinet getting ready to line up to enter the legislative building.
Good. Good evening. All right. Once again, we'd like to welcome the members of the judiciary, led by our Chief Justice, the Honorable Reese Hodge, and presiding judge of the Superior Court, the Honorable Deborah Watlington. Good evening and welcome. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, the judiciary. Good evening to the leaders of the semi-autonomous instrumentalities, as well as the members of the governor's cabinet and staff. Good evening and welcome. Welcome, cabinet members. I'd also like to extend a very special welcome to our Teacher of the Year from the St. Thomas, St. John District. And my Chief of Staff insisted on giving a plug for Norfolk State University, Mr. Cornell Henley. Welcome. Welcome and congratulations, Mr. Henley. Thank you for all that you do. Teacher of the Year for the St. For the St. Croix District, Ms. Sharice Davis has not arrived. There she is. Welcome, Ms. Davis. Welcome, welcome, and congratulations on this very important accomplishment. Let us welcome next the Lieutenant Governor's mother, Miss Ione Roach, and the Lieutenant Governor's sister, Miss Violet Roach Brown, escorted by Senior Capital Officer, Miss Charlene Francis. Okay. Here she is. Let us welcome once again the Lieutenant Governor's mother, Miss Ione Roach, and Lieutenant Governor's sister, Miss Violet Roach Brown, escorted by Senior Capitol Police Officer Charlene Francis. Welcome, Mrs. Roach and Ms. Brown. Now it is my privilege to welcome the Honorable Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, escorted by Majority Leader Senator Kurt Violet. Please join me in welcoming the Lieutenant Governor of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Tregenza Roach, escorted by the Honorable Avriel Lewis, Secretary of the 36th Legislature.
Mr. President,
This is a charm. Please be seated. Tonight we continue the legislative session that began on January 13th, and pursuant to Section 9C of the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands, to receive the 7th State of the Territory Address from the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., our Governor. Just for your edification, the legislative session was in recess. We were in recess from January 13th. And that is why we did not have the posting of the colors. Just thought I'll let you know that, right? The Governor of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Albert Bryan Jr., will be escorted by the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Vice President of the 36th Legislature. The bugle call will be performed by Specialist Tyron Mills, an announcement by Senior Capitol Police Officer Delving Fleming. Please rise.
Mr. President, the Honorable Governor of the United States Virgin Islands, Albert Bryan, Jr.
Please be seated. Good evening, Governor Bryan. Welcome to the Irby Atley Legislative Chambers. Governor Bryan, we welcome you to present the state of our territory.
Thank you, Senate President Milton Potter. Before we start, I just want to take one moment to acknowledge the great architect of the universe and my creator for the many blessings the Virgin Islands has had over the years. Some people think that blessings are always in a form of avoiding trouble, but in the Virgin Islands, we know that our blessing is also to be equipped with the resources, the persistence, and the faith in God to see us through. Father Anthony Abraham, Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire, Senate President Milton E. Potter, and members of the 36th Legislature, Chief Justice Reese S. Hodge and the Justices of the Virgin Islands Supreme Court, Presiding Judge Deborah Watlington and the judges of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, Delegate to Congress Stacey Plaskett, Chief Judge Robert Malloy, and judges of the District Court of the Virgin Islands, members of my cabinet and other agency heads, members of my staff, State Chair of the Democratic Party, Carolyn Burke, other invited guests, and my fellow Virgin Islanders, good night. Good night. With the election season behind us, I want to express my profound gratitude to every voter who participated in our democratic process. Your voice is the heartbeat of our democracy, and your engagement speaks to an enduring commitment to shaping the future of these islands. To Senate President Milton E. Potter, congratulations on your peers' vote of confidence to lead this distinguished body. To every member of the 36th Legislature, congratulations on earning the trust of the people. The next 2 years will pass swiftly, but they hold the potential for transformative progress if we act boldly and work collaboratively. A noteworthy acknowledgement goes to our first-time elected Democratic Senators, Clifford Joseph, Lorenzo Frederick, and Avery Lewis. Your elections reflects the people's trust in your leadership and dedication to public service. May you approach this calling with passion, purpose, and a steadfast commitment to those you serve. I would also like to recognize Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., whose leadership as president of the 35th Legislature was a testament to the power of unity and collaboration. Senator Francis, you reminded us that progress comes not from focusing on divisions, but from aligning our efforts toward the common good. Thank you, sir. To this new legislature, I urge you to follow that example.
lead with integrity, collaborate with purpose, and champion the causes that uplift our people. See, leadership is not merely about opposing, it's about delivering results that transform lives. When this body and our administration succeed, the Virgin Islands succeed. And when we fail, our people pay the price. Let us commit tonight to winning for them. I also extend my congratulations to President Trump and the newly elected leaders across our great nation. I trust that we can move forward, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans and Virgin Islanders. Together, united in our effort, we can chart a course defined by opportunity, progress, and a shared purpose for our future. As we look to that future, we must also honor the legacies of those who have shaped our past. We celebrate the life and contributions of former Senator Milton Bulfrett, a dedicated public servant and a friend. We also remember Brigadier General Liel Gerard Galabert, a pioneer of the Virgin Islands National Guard, whose leadership and patriotism were unmatched. See, this past year was a bit of an anomaly, as Mother Nature rained on us and prevented us from celebrating Veterans Day. So tonight, I would like to honor the Honorable Vern A. Hodge, retired First Lieutenant from the United States Army from St. Thomas. Wilfred Charles Stewart, Sr., retired Sergeant First Class from the United States Army from St. Croix. And Henry Augustus Powell, retired Supply Logistics Division Chief from the United States Navy from St. John. Mr. Powell and his lovely wife, Carol, are here with us tonight as my special guests. We must recognize the patriotism and sacrifice of our service members, those who extended their commitment to the broad ideals of freedom and security. The men and women of the National Guard exemplify what it means to serve with courage and selflessness. As they volunteer to support the nation's military forces, they stand as a testament to the proud, resilient, and deeply patriotic spirit of the Virgin Islands. Additionally, I commend the 35th Legislature for passing 2 landmark laws honoring the sacrifices of our first responders. Act 8941 renames the Tango Company Fire Station in Estate Fortuna to honor the extraordinary service and enduring legacy of my good friend, the late Darrell Mousy George, former director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. His life work reminds us the profound impact that leadership and devotion can have on a community. Act 8939 memorializes the ultimate sacrifice of our law enforcement officers who gave their lives in the line of duty. This act is more than a tribute. It is a powerful call to honor and support those who risk everything to keep us safe. As we reflect on our shared journey, we are reminded that leadership is not just about navigating the present, but also about laying the foundation for a better future. These moments of acknowledgements, elections won, lives honored, and sacrifices remembered are not merely ceremonial. They are milestones that anchor us to the values that we hold dear and the vision that propels us forward. These are indeed exciting and demanding times, and I often find myself returning to the foundation we built together 7 years ago. It was a platform grounded in a simple yet profound mission to provide the best quality of life we can for the residents and guests of these Virgin Islands. On its surface, this goal may appear straightforward, but it is layered with the complexities and challenges inherent in governing a community as vibrant and diverse as ours. The simple truth is that we have made progress, tremendous strides, in the face of new and daunting challenges. But despite these hurdles, we have managed to address the pressing issues that the people demanded we confront. At the time, we were grappling with the aftermath of 2 Cat 5 hurricanes, record high unemployment, face a public pension system failing, a deteriorating infrastructure, and staggering unpaid obligations to vendors and our people. From the start, our priorities were clear: stabilize the government's finances, fulfill its overdue commitments, and begin the ongoing work of restoring trust. trust among our people, our federal partners, and our investors. Our second priority was to leverage that trust to attract federal and private investment dollars. And our third priority was to reinvest all of those funds in our people. It's a simple formula for success, but the journey has been anything but simple. Along the way, we faced unprecedented obstacles: the global pandemic, rising inflation, climate change, and supply chain disruptions. All tested our resolve at every turn. Yet through it all, we together have remained steadfast in our commitment to you. Has the road been easy? No. Have our plans always unfolded as intended? Absolutely not. Yet time and again, we have come together, found solutions, and forged the path forward, guided by our shared vision for a stronger, more equitable Virgin Islands. I always say, you have to surf the wave that comes, not the one you want. Today, we stand at a pivotal juncture, not merely enduring adversity, but rising above it. This moment is defined by progress, hard-fought and hard-won. Progress that reflects our collective resolve to tackle the toughest issues and create meaningful change. We stabilized the government Virgin Islands' failing pension system, paid hundreds of millions in overdue obligations, and addressed the millions in arrears to the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, demonstrating our commitment to fiscal responsibility and restoring trust in the government. These achievements, they're more than just milestones. They are proof of what is possible when we approach adversity with determination, focus, and an unrelenting belief in the potential of the people of this Virgin Islands. But let us be clear, progress is neither swift nor without its trials. It tests our patience, it challenges our resolve, and it often demands that we leave behind the familiar to embrace the promise of something greater. Change, by its very nature, brings discomfort. It asks us to adapt, to grow, and reach beyond what we thought possible. Through this progress, however, we have seen that as one challenge is resolved, another emerges to take its place. The robust economy we see today, bolstered by recovery funds, pandemic-related social subsidies, and an unprecedented waves of development projects, has introduced new pressures. The inflation in rent, housing, and food, the costs are undeniable, not just here in the Virgin Islands, but across the nation. These pressures are real, and they demand thoughtful, forward-looking solutions. Our work is far from complete. But tonight, let us reflect on how far we have come, the challenges we face, and the progress we have made are a testament to the strength of our people, the power of collaboration, and the transformative impact of leadership committed to action. Together, we are building a Virgin Islands that not only meets the needs of today, but continues to strengthen the foundation for a brighter and more prosperous tomorrow. Tonight I stand before you with pride and resolve to declare that the state of our territory is progressing in the throes of great change. While many of the fruits are still on the horizon, this transformation and our progress is undeniable, and its impact is being felt by all. And just as in your family and my family, we must adapt to the arrival of all this change, reshaping priorities, adjusting finances, and embracing new responsibilities. Our government and territory are undergoing their own profound evolution. Our journey forward rests on three unshakable pillars: our people, our economy, and the infrastructure that sustains them. These pillars represent the heart of our progress and the foundation of our future. Tonight, I will guide you along this path, celebrating the strides we have made, confronting the challenges we face, and illuminating the opportunities that lie before us. As we reflect on our progress, one area stands out as a shining example of growth and opportunity. Our economy, driven by the strength of our tourism industry, is on fire. In fiscal year 2024, we welcome 2.6 million visitors, a remarkable 10% increase from the previous year, setting records in December that are historic in terms of arrivals in 1 month. This achievement is no accident. It is a result of deliberate efforts to improve our infrastructure, foster partnerships, and elevate the Virgin Islands as a premier destination. We have not only recovered from the past challenges, but have surpassed pre-pandemic visitor levels by 22% and increased air arrivals by an astounding 44% compared to 2019. The economic impact of this growth is extraordinary. The shared economy contributed $369 million. Traditional accommodations added another $462 million, and cruise tourism generated $258 million, $73 million more than last year. With an average visitor spend of $166 per day, we are the second highest in the Caribbean. The Virgin Islands has cemented its place as a top-tier destination. Tourism in the Virgin Islands is about the stories we create, the memories we etch into the hearts of visitors, and the immense pride we feel in sharing the rich culture and breathtaking beauty of our home with the world. These accolades bolster our reputation and reaffirm that we as Virgin Islands already know our islands are treasures that continue to captivate and inspire our residents and our visitors. But we are not content to stand on our laurels. Last summer, we hosted our inaugural Tourism Summit. This event provided a platform to examine our strengths, identify areas for growth, and chart a path forward that embraces innovation and emerging trends. Since then, imitation being the best form of flattery, our neighbors in the British Virgin Islands have introduced their own tourism summit, inspired by the impact of this leadership. This reflects on the Virgin Islands as a beacon of progress and inspiration in the region. Our partnership with Royal Caribbean is reshaping the future of cruise tourism in our territory. A few years ago, St. Croix welcomed fewer than 60,000 cruise passengers annually, underscoring the untapped potential of the beautiful island. Today's projections for fiscal 2025 show an astonishing increase to 275,000 passengers, demonstrating the power of strategic vision and decisive action. To ensure continued momentum, we are making transformative investments in our infrastructure. The first phase of the DLA Gregory Transportation Center opened in April 2024, and the second phase, which will open in 2025, Sky City VI Airports, our 3P partnership company, is now preparing for the renovations at Sarah Lee King on St. Thomas and the Henry E. Rosen on St. Croix. These projects feature expanded terminals, advanced baggage systems, and jet bridges, enhancing the travel experience for visitors and residents alike. Our seaports are also seeing major upgrades. Dredging in Charlotte Amalia will accommodate the larger cruise ships in the industry's future. That is already out to bid, and it will be done this year. On St. Croix, the Annie Abramson Marine Facility and tender dock improvements are expanding our visitor experience. These investments ensure our ports remain gateways to growth and opportunity. We are revitalizing our downtowns, making them more vibrant and welcoming for residents and visitors. The Veterans Drive Improvement Project and Downtown Revitalization grants will bring new life to our towns. Partnerships with organizations like the Historic Area Revitalization Project, or HARP, are transforming and re-giving new birth to International Plaza and Royal Dane Mall, turning them into hubs for businesses, culture, and leisure, creating spaces that reflect the beauty and potential of our downtown spaces. At the same time, investments are enhancing our tourism offering. The reopening of the Frenchman's Reef and the Bowie House Resort has reestablished our territory as a destination for conferences, and we see many this year. This was made possible through an $84 million bond offering by the PFA to finance this improvement. The soon-to-open Hampton Inn at West Indian Company Limited will add 120 much-needed hotel rooms, the first new hotel construction in the territory in 45 years. The Eco Resort at Botany Bay in St. Thomas is set to open later this year, promises to elevate our hospitality sector even further. These developments result from astute policies like the Hotel Development Act, which laid this groundwork for success. But these initiatives are more than about just boosting tourism. They are about creating jobs and building vibrant communities and ensuring that the economy works for everyone. The Virgin Islands is thriving, not just as a destination, but as a place of opportunity and promise. While our record-breaking tourism numbers showcase incredible achievements, our progress runs much deeper than visitor arrivals. Today, the Virgin Islands is setting new benchmark for success, particularly in our labor market. Unemployment has reached historic lows, remaining below 4% for unprecedented 14 consecutive months and dropping to a record-breaking 2.9%, the lowest in the history of the Virgin Islands. This is not just an achievement for this administration. It's a testament to the power of bold, sound economic policies and what can be accomplished when we form strategic partnerships with the private sector. Yet, we recognize that progress brings its challenges. Our job postings continue to outpace the applicants, highlighting the critical need to align opportunity with workforce and preparation. Workforce development has been and will continue to be one of the administration's core priorities because we know that empowering Virgin Islanders to build a brighter future starts with education, training, and skill building. In September 2025, we will open the Virgin Islands Technical College, a game changer. This new institution is designed to fill the gap in high-demand fields and address the workforce shortages in construction and project management, and provide residents with access to higher-paying careers. This academy will give our high school students the opportunity to graduate with a 2-year college degree and other certification while they are in high school. At the same time, we remain deeply committed to the University of the Virgin Islands with our free tuition program that has already provided $4.7 million in scholarships to over 2,000 students. This initiative, thanks to this legislature, is now extended to part-time students as well and is breaking down financial barriers and unlocking opportunities for all. These investments in education will reshape lives and create generational change by eliminating the weight of student debt, breaking cycles of financial instability, and building a community where prosperity is now within the reach of every Virgin Islander. This is the heart of our workforce development strategy, a strategy focused on transforming individual lives and strengthening the economic fabric of our territory strategy. A strategy focused on managing today's economy while also planting the seeds for tomorrow. Speaking of seeds, as we continue to improve the lives of our hardworking families across the territory, I am proud to share that progress is being made in implementing the Virgin Islands Cannabis Use Act. In 2024, the Cannabis Advisory Board approved rules and regulations to guide the cannabis industry, and we now have a staffed office with the enforcement unit set to be active next month, February. This dedicated team and the board are working tirelessly to ensure the cannabis market is both safe and thriving. Earlier this year, we took significant steps towards reparative justice for individuals convicted of simple possession of marijuana. In September, the Governor's Auto Expungement Task Force, in partnership with the Department of Justice, submitted the first round of expungement applications, and we've already seen some granted. If you believe you qualify for expungement of your criminal record due to marijuana, we encourage you to submit your petition to the Superior Court. Additionally, we have made it easier for medical practitioners, patients, and sacramental users to register online with the Office of Cannabis Regulation. As a result Residents who use cannabis for medical purposes are now legally registered and growing their own cannabis at home for their use. This quarter, we will open applications for cannabis cultivation licenses, followed by business licenses for dispensaries. Manufacturers and other sectors within this growing industry will follow suit. We are building a regulated market that ensures a safe and accessible cannabis industry. But as we celebrate the flourish and vitality of tourism and its economy and the invaluable support from federally funded projects, we must also recognize the urgent need to diversify our economic landscape. That is why I was pleased to work with Senator Novell Francis Jr. on the South Shore Trade Zone legislation. In a groundbreaking initiative, the EDA commissioned a comprehensive shipyard feasibility study aimed at seizing a substantial share of the Caribbean's boating repair industry. Establishing a local shipyard will empower the U.S. Virgin Islands to compete effectively in a market that has long been dominated by the British Virgin Islands and by Puerto Rico. This will open the doors for new growth and innovation. The latest step in our plan for the South Shore Trade Zone was to ensure that the tenants were not affected by the challenges to reliable power. Although the trade zone legislation allows tenants to produce and sell power within the zone, allowing the Water and Power Authority to compete unregulated within the zone would jumpstart power production. It would guarantee us competitive electrical rates for commercial, and it would lower the collective energy price for all because WAPA has more clients. Our administration is deeply committed to laying the groundwork for a transformative era in energy production. We have forged strong alliances with the owners of Port Hamilton Refining and Transportation, federal agencies, and key stakeholders, all with a shared vision of evolving this vital facility into something far more than just a refinery. My support is not just for the safe restart of the refinery, but for it to become a model for global energy, embracing advanced technologies, environmental stewardship, and cutting-edge practices that will redefine how energies operate in the 21st century. The projected impact of Port Hamilton is extraordinary. Once operational, the facility will potentially generate over $400 million annually, with $45 million direct to this government. Equally important, it will create 400 well-paying jobs, further boosting the economy of St. Croix and supporting countless families and local businesses. Alongside other projects in development in the trade zone, this project will anchor the Virgin Islands as a hub for innovation, prosperity, and opportunity. As governor, I have never shied away from confronting the challenges that have plagued our community for decades. As I said earlier, time and again, just as we take strides forward on one pressing issue, another emerges to test our resolve. Down WAPA, up waste management. Today, we face a crisis with the Waste Management Authority that demands both urgency and unity. Our community is grappling with aging and failing wastewater infrastructure and literally mounting issues of solid garbage waste. I acknowledge and commend the Waste Management Authority for the progress they had made in securing coastal zone permits and approvals as they planned convenience centers for Cotton Valley, Concordia, Monbijou, and St. Croix, and Red Hook, Smith Bay, and Bournefield in St. Thomas. But we must do more. The Waste Management has been successful in securing $3 billion from FEMA, which will replace the entire sewer system in the Virgin Islands, along with address our issues at the dump. Along with the federal funding that we have now for immediate wastewater pump station replacements, we have a path forward. Nevertheless, the lead time for one of these pumps stretches from 12 weeks to 6 months. So we have to do something about the deterioration of the stormwater that is draining into our sewage system and breaking down our equipment time and time again. It has wreaked havoc in our community, resulting in an untenable situation. The sewer water in our towns and streets is a stark reminder of what is at stake. This is not just an infrastructure problem, but a public health, environmental, and economic crisis. The good news is that the funding exists. And while the lead time on the parts are long, we are going to get it fixed. Adding to this latest crisis is a fundamental and systemic issue. Waste management has never been adequately funded nor empowered to charge the fees necessary to sustain its operations. Consider this. Private haulers charge commercial and private entities for their services. Yet we expect the Waste Management Authority to maintain operations, pay its vendors, and serve the community without the same ability. How can we reasonably expect them to succeed without the necessary resources? We owe it to our people to act decisively and with courage. The time for rhetoric has passed. We must now deliver solutions. Trash must be collected, wastewater must flow safely, and vendors must be paid. So, senators, let us work together with the Public Services Commission to bring a permanent resolution to this issue. This steady growth we are experiencing is supported by construction in government, residential, and the private sector. The infrastructure forms a foundation upon which we are building the future of the Virgin Islands. When our administration took offices, we inherited a failing infrastructure. The passage of time, coupled with the impact of 30 years of natural disaster, has led to significant deterioration. The devastation of our homes, businesses, and public infrastructure, our recreational spaces. It's caused the displacement of a population, the closure of businesses and the interruptions of our government functions, and most importantly, increased anxiety among our residents. And while federal funding has provided some relief, the simultaneous failure of systems across all three islands creates ongoing emergencies. This past year has been both exciting and productive, but trust me, the inconveniences we are experiencing are also proof of our progress. So when you see orange cones, block roads, and barricades, it's a sign that improvements are on the way. We are focused on building a prosperous, sustainable future for the Virgin Islands, not merely restoring the past. This unprecedented progress, though difficult, is essential for a stronger, more resilient Virgin Islands. These are the throes of change and improvement. When our administration took office in 2019, the territory anticipated receiving $8 billion. Y'all remember that in the campaign? $8 billion. During last year's address, we announced that we were expecting more than $15 billion. We are proud to share that we have once again surpassed the mark. I want to say this slowly. All federal Emergency Management Administration public assistance projects have been obligated. All. And as of January 2025, $22.5 billion have been pledged to restore our Virgin Islands. Our efforts to maintain the recovery gained a much appreciated boost last year. I think this was one of the most tremendous things to happen last year. The Biden-Harris administration, after they said it couldn't be done, granted a reduction in the local match from 10% to as low as 2% for our projects. Projects that will rebuild schools and hospitals and facilities. Without this vehicle, our recovery would not be possible. It would require the territory to find $2 billion in cash to spend the $20 million available in FEMA funds. Ladies and gentlemen, this was no easy feat, and it was made possible by our team and our administration, our lobbyists in Washington, our team in DC, urging 2 U.S. presidents and several cabinet members for relief. Last year, I announced that the Office of Disaster Recovery is focused on initiating the larger, more complex projects under the Rebuild USVI initiative. Never before has there been a time in our territory's history where we had to manage multiple projects of this magnitude. There's no playbook. We had to meet the unique challenge and expand our capacity. Tonight, we can announce that we kept our promise to establish the Super Project Management Office to streamline the execution of projects. We released 4 bundles of solicitation for projects worth $4 billion and successfully secured obligations for all fixed cost projects by the September 30th, 2024 deadline. Before this started, we already had $1 billion in projects on the go. But now the Super PMO is executing a contract for the first bundle of St. Thomas School facilities, which include Yvonne E.M. Bowski Elementary, Emmanuel Benjamin Oliver Elementary, Ivana Idora Ken High School, Janie Tewitt Elementary School, Lockhart Elementary School, and St. Thomas Administrative Center. Bid evaluation for the St. John bundle, which is comprised of the first ever public pre-K through 12 school on the island, the Morris F. DeCastro Clinic, as well as the Myra Keating Smith Community Health Center is underway. This is in addition to the ongoing design-build contracts already in place for Charlotte Amali High School, Arthur Richards, and Bertha C. Busholta Elementary Schools. By the end of 2025, this administration will have over 10 schools under construction contracts. These state-of-the-art facilities will not only enhance academic environments, but will serve as symbol of our commitment to the future. Arthur Richards, our first new school construction, is over 50% complete. We expect students to be in class August of 2026. The bundle for horizontal projects, which encompasses all the power lines, water lines, and wastewater and grounding system, along with the road repair and damage improvements for the north side of St. Croix, is in the bid evaluation stage. Healthcare projects on St. Croix are moving forward. The demolition of Charles Howard Memorial Complex has been completed, and the new Donna M. Christensen Department of Health building in Richmond is scheduled to begin construction this year. The Governor Juan F. Louis Hospital is scheduled for demolition by the end of 2025, and Roy Lester Snyder is out to bid this first quarter of 2025. We have made remarkable progress, and we've made it also in modernizing our roadways and addressing challenges that have persisted for years. Segments of Queen Mary Highway and Northside Road have been newly paved. Work continues on a segment of Melvin Evans Highway between Good Hope and Williams Delight, where long-awaited street lights are finally being installed, improving safety and reliability for our drivers. The Clifton Hill Connector project is nearing completion and will be ready by summer 2025. To the residents of Hannah's Rest, your roads will be repaved once we finish the WAPA water lines and that project that we're working there. In Christian State Town, nearly every major road has been paved, making it easier for residents and businesses to connect and thrive. Looking ahead, we have finally issued a notice to proceed reconstructing the Ethel McIntosh Memorial Drive. Mahogany Road, you guys could stop emailing me now. Next month, we will break ground on this long overdue project alongside rehabilitation projects for Strand, King, and Queen Streets in Frederiksted. In St. Thomas, St. John, the significant road improvements have brought relief and renewed convenience to many communities. Key routes such as those in Botany Bay, Estate Fortuna, and Caprita Point, and the First Avenue drainage project designed to alleviate flooding and protect homes and businesses is progressing smoothly and set to be completed this year. This project is running so smoothly you don't even hear any complaints in the paper. We're now paving portions, if you didn't came in here tonight, of Veterans Drive and rehabilitating the entire Fort Christian parking lot to include water and electrical infrastructure in time for carnival activities. On St. John, work continues on Central Line, Fish Fry, and the Johnny Horn Trail, which we have in the design phase, and bridges. And I didn't even mention the East Airport and the West Airport Road. Bridge projects have been critical in St. Croix as we address aging infrastructure that has gone decades without significant attention. I am proud to report that the Altona Lagoon and Queen Mary Highway bridges on St. Croix are now complete and open to the public. The bridge at East Airport Road will open within the next 30 days, and construction on Midland Road and bridge repairs to Route 669 near the Rudy Schuldebrand Agricultural Grounds in St. Croix are well underway, with both being expected to be completed before June. In November 2024, the 35th legislature approved a $156 million Garvey bond issuance proposed by this administration. A record. We went from thought to approval in less than 60 days. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to the members of the 35th who supported this visionary initiative, which represents a generational investment in our transportation infrastructure. This bond issuance will allow for $48 million investment to fund the completion of Phase 2 of the Veterans Drive project, $28 million dedicated to repaving major roadways in St. Croix, including the La Valley Road. I hear you down there in La Valley. And $20 million for the design and fabrication and delivery of the long-awaited the St. Croix-St. Thomas passenger vehicle ferry. These projects will create jobs. This is in addition to the $22 billion I just talked about. These are other projects. These projects will create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and strengthen connections across our districts. But our transportation improvements also extend to our blue economy, further enhancing connectivity and access. The spirit of 1733, a new 300-passenger ferry. This is another one. Will soon connect St. John and St. Thomas. Designed to meet the unique condition of our waters, the vessel is in its final stages of fabrication. It was named based on input from our community. The spirit of 733 is a welcome addition to our transportation system. We had so many boats come this year, we can't even keep up with the boat christenings. We added another 2 patrol boats for DPNR and 2 more for the Virgin Islands Police Department and 1 fireboat for the 1 boat for the fire service, bolstering our marine enforcement and efforts. But our commitment to our community extends further as cemetery improvements are also underway, thanks to Lieutenant Governor Roach's persistence, construction of a new wall. The Lieutenant Governor mean he was going to get this done. A new wall around Western Cemetery number 3 on St. Thomas has begun. Additionally, new columbarium and mausoleums at Eastern Cemetery provide much-needed capacity and ensure dignity for our people. In St. Croix, we have finally added a new veterans section in the Kings Hill Cemetery. We have completed building the mausoleums and crypts for our veterans. These efforts reflect that every residence, our belief that every residence deserves respect in life as well as in death, underscoring our dedication to serving the needs of this community. Finally, progress continues with our street addressing initiative. It is now complete on St. John, and illuminated highway signs are being installed territory-wide, enhancing safety and accessibility for residents and visitors alike. But even though these are positive developments and really impressive numbers, the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands continue to face considerable challenges. Like the rest of the nation's Virgin Islands household have really felt the burden of unprecedented inflation. I often listen to the news and listen to mainland Americans complain about the prices of food. I just laugh to myself. They have no idea what the people of the Virgin Islands go through. We have seen inflation of up to 14% in a single year. And although it seems to be leveling off a little bit, it doesn't seem to be going down. We remain hopeful that our national leaders can assist in lowering our collective cost of living. But as an administration, we have faced this problem head on and continue to seek ways to ease the burden on households. Most notable is our effort to keep the energy bills from increasing. We have faced criticism and public browbeating on this issue. We have spent over $100 million in federal and local funds to assure that we keep local power rates the same. The Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority has been a point of frustration for as long as anyone can remember. On April 22, 2024, I declared a state of energy emergency. This declaration was not made lightly. As governor, I knew I had to act swiftly to mitigate the potential of a staggering rate increase by the Water and Power Authority, should it become insolvent and have to go to a receiver. Since the declaration, we have remained current on our central government obligations, as well as paying the debts owed to WAPA by both hospitals and the Waste Management Authority. This past year, we successfully negotiated and closed the deal on the 2 propane facilities, eliminating a $140 million debt and adding a $180 million asset to the authority's balance sheet. This move ensured that we could continue using propane, cheaper and cleaner than diesel oil. I want to thank the team at the PFA, our Washington Council and team, Squire Patton Boggs, Winston and Strawn, HUD, the Housing Finance Authority, Disaster Recovery, and VTOL for their invaluable contributions. It was a 5-year work in progress. A major step forward was the introduction of new leadership at WAPA. Many doubted my decision to offer my chief of staff to lead the authority. As often with the critics, they tend to view every hire through a political lens rather than a professional one. This was not a job he initially sought. It was an opportunity I strongly urged him to take at the expense of my administration. I knew his expertise and leadership would benefit WAPA, its employees, and the people of the Virgin Islands. Earlier this month, we celebrated the long-awaited unveiling of the Wärtsilä generators for St. Thomas and St. John. The project added 36 megawatts of power to the grid, along with 9 megawatts of battery power. After an almost 15-year effort, we now have smaller, more efficient generators running online at the Randolph-Harley Power Plant. It has been a long and challenging and a graying road, but we are finally turning the corner now and transforming WAPA into a renewable company. This past December, we cut the ribbon on 16 megawatts of pure solar power and battery backup in St. Croix. This solar power is already in use, powering homes and businesses as we speak. I know it's dark, but the battery them on. In addition, we will be cutting the ribbon in May for another 20 megawatts in Hoggensburg, Frederiksted, bringing the total solar power generation in St. Croix to 41 megawatts, matching the daily peak usage required on the island. They said it couldn't be done, but together we made it happen. If that wasn't impressive enough, WAPA is purchasing this power between 8 and 11 cents per kilowatt hour compared to 21 cents it costs to generate with fossil fuels. We're not going to talk about lowering the carbon footprint because that's huge as well. We want to thank Christian Loranja, who is in here tonight, and VI Electric, for not only building these solar fields, they not only build them, but then they turn them over to a nonprofit organization run by Virgin Islanders for perpetuity. Christian, stand up, man, stand up, man. I also want to thank the Public Service Commission, the PSC, my senior staff, and our team at WAPA for making this all possible. So while the prices of milk, chicken, rent, eggs, gas, interest rates have risen, your WAPA rates have remained the same. In fact, the cost per kilowatt hour is lower now than when we took office 6 years ago. The investments we are making and the hard work we're doing, they're paying off. But just as I have ensured no price increase under my administration, we will not rest until we can pass these accomplishments in the form of reduced rates to the consumer. That's the point. Keep it on, keep it cheap. But we can't rush it. WAPA still has to resolve the financial hole it dug for itself over the many decades. Our neighbors right here in Puerto Rico, they welcome 2025 in darkness. Wake up, no power. So we have to remain vigilant and in our goal to fix WAPA together, to prevent the authority from relapsing into its previous state of disarray. I see a future where WAPA is interconnected with the refinery, with some power generation on the south shore of St. Croix. And thanks to recent FEMA obligation of $661 million for the replacement of the power plant in St. Croix and an additional $206 for new efficient generation in St. Thomas, I am committed to improving the grid infrastructure to the point where it's on and cheap. Our efforts not only address current challenges, but also pave the way for affordable and renewable energy. And while we seek to put WAPA on financial footing, our real goal is to create energy independence for as many households as we can. Last year, we closed on the first 1% solar loans being administered by the Economic Development Authority and the Virgin Islands Energy Office. These loans allow residents to install solar systems and finance them through their WAPA bill. We have also made sizable investments in transforming the government fleet from fuel-driven automobiles to hybrid and electric vehicles. In order to make EV purchases more attractive, we have also installed 8 free charging stations, with 26 more scheduled by the summer of 2025. Likewise, homeowners are now taking advantage of low-cost energy loans to install batteries and solar systems to their homes. I would like to remind people as they're struggling that there's still rent and mortgage assistance available through the COVID relief. But through the efforts of this administration, we have secured $150 million in grants that will be used to subsidize batteries for your home, solar systems for your businesses, erecting power charging stations for cars, and replacing them old, faulty appliances that WAPA mess up. Our government is leading the charge in this energy revolution. We strive to create efficiency at every turn. And while many complain about the cost of government, we have fewer employees now than we had 20 years ago, with 10 times the work. Salaries and fringe are the greatest increase in the budget. Let me say it again. Salaries and fringe are the greatest increase in the budget, which have risen over 25% since we took office. Not only, listen again, not only have we increased salaries, but we have actually paid them. Isn't that novel? We have honored every single contract that I have signed over the last 6 years, complete with retroactive pay if applicable, which includes the ones I inherited when I first took office. Today, the starting salary for a teacher is over $50,000. And the average salary for teachers is $61,000 in the Virgin Islands. Our nurses in our hospital are starting at $70,000. We have absorbed the rising costs of health insurance over the last 5 years rather than pass it on to the employees. This will be the first fiscal year since being elected that increased insurance costs will actually be shared. However, the government has assumed the greatest part of that burden as well. We continue to keep pace and pay out overdue tax refunds, and we are catching up. In the last 4 months alone, we've paid $42 million in returns to filers, bringing refunds paid to individuals who have filed up to April 25th, 2023. Since taking office, our administration has paid over $396 million in income tax refunds. This February, for the first time, Virgin Islanders will be able to file their income tax returns online. Another major accomplishment. For us, giving people back their money timely is a priority. We have paid back the 8%, raised salaries, absorbed healthcare costs, paid $42 million in retro, and committed $3 billion in public funds to ensuring the solvency of the government employees' retirement system. We have sacrificed and paid out $40 million annually in general fund contribution to ensure that our retirees continue to collect. A system, remember, a system that would have been completely out of cash today. We must recognize that this $3 billion and all this money that we pledged, that money would have paved roads and repaired schools and fixed waste management issues and provided more funds to deal with our healthcare system. We diverted the money to ensure that our seniors and our retirees and our future retirees would keep getting their checks monthly. But people, please remember, 70% of our taxpayers don't work for the government and don't get the benefit of that $3 billion initially. So yes, I understand the retro pay is owed, and I know it is needed, and we want to pay it. This is a 40-year-old debt that we still owe over $120 million on. But we have to spread the wealth around and ensure that all our residents benefit from our tax roll, not just government employees. And yes, I'll take the blame. I made the promise that we would pay at least $25 million a year in retro. But between keeping the lights on and tackling inflation, we simply cannot afford to pay it using the general fund. But senators, we can pay it from the proceeds from the lawsuits we settled. Instead of building yet another gymnasium in Estate Nazareth, right next to the gymnasium in Ivana Doroken High School, we could take that $20 million and pay our retirees today. That is not an obligation. That's $20 million in cash in the bank right now. As I've said many times before, we have $22 billion of projects. We don't need any more projects. Let us use this money to address our inflation woes and our obligation to our retirees and forgo this gymnasium. It is not all, but it is a step in the right directions. Let's show the people of the Virgin Islands that we can work together on this. Send me the bill, and I will pay the retro immediately. As we focus on addressing immediate needs like inflation and supporting our retirees, we must also consider how we can further help our communities. One area that requires our attention is ensuring families have access to nutrition and food they need. People are struggling to put food on the table every day. And we are doing everything we can to address this by increasing food pantries and providing assistance whenever possible. I would like to remind you of all the assistance we're given. We continue to pour money into our community. To further support our local families, the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services, They chose to raise the income limit for SNAP, or food stamps as we call it. So it went from 130% of the poverty limit to 175% of the poverty limit. This increase allowed more families to receive benefits, expanding access to those who need it most. We went from receiving $85 million a year in food stamp in COVID to $55 million. That's the impact on families that we are feeling now. Parallel to what Human Services is doing with SNAP, the efforts at licensing and consumer also share in this effort. The department is sharing the data to empower consumers to make the best choices. The market basket and the fuel surveys are essential tools for price transparency and consumer protection. Most of all, these surveys track the cost of essential goods in the territory, empowering our residents to find the best deals and forcing these suppliers to compete for customers with the best price. Now, at the close of this fiscal year, 2024, Human Services distributed more than $21 million in child care stabilization grants and $7 million in quality improvement mini grants. The stabilization grants provided crucial financial support to child care providers, helping them cover operational costs like wages, utilities, rent, and insurance. And the mini grants allow providers to fund standby generator purchases and give professional development opportunities with health and safety enhancements and playground equipment. Supporting these child care providers is a vital investment because we are subsidizing their operations to lower their costs, allowing them to pass those savings on to families. By investing in child care industry, we are helping families thrive and easing financial pressure on households. Last year, we began construction on 6 Head Start facilities. The Cruz Bay Head Start is completed. And by September 2025, all the remaining centers will be ready to welcome our kids into the territory. I would also like to congratulate Lutheran Social Services for opening of their state-of-the-art early Head Start facility in Estate Concordia East. Department of Human Services is not only addressing poverty through SNAP benefits and investment in child care and Head Start, but also by revitalizing its buildings and it's improving its programs. We are set to invest $200 million in long-term care centers for St. Croix and St. Thomas. That's a replacement of Herbert Grigg and Lucinda Miller and Queen Louise. $126 million to restore New Hansen, and we've already put in about 2.5 in upgrading the St. John Multipurpose Center. We're continuing to fight inflation, especially in the housing market, where it's becoming hard just to find insurance, much less buy or build a house. We've allocated $25 million in grants through the VI Slice program and increased the grant cap for the Envision program to $400,000 per home. I'm happy to report that both programs are making progress in helping Virgin Islanders secure homes. From the inception of Slice, 39 applicants have been approved, totaling $3.4 million in financing. This past year, the program issued 16 grants, totaling over $1.4 million to 16 homeowners. These are not loans. These are grants to first-time home buyers, as high as $90,000. This is unmatched in the country. There's no program that is similar to this. And this helps Virgin Islanders to buy, build, renovate homes. Unlike many of the federal programs, it allows them to purchase, construct, and you can also have a rental unit in the home, creating a source of income for our residents. The Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority has worked tirelessly to help the residents achieve the dream of home ownership. The program continues to be an excellent tool for first-time home ownership in the Virgin Islands. The Envision program, the much disputed and feared Envision program, to rebuild severely storm-damaged homes has finally got legs, thanks to ODR. Last year, we told you we were transferring it from Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority into the Office of Disaster Recovery, and it has paid dividends. The Envision Tomorrow team is currently tracking 100 homes in the construction phase. And we expect another 150 this year. It's almost a 400% increase in activity since we transferred the programs. Homeowners in the rental rehabilitation program will also see progress this year as ODR anticipates getting the first batch of those homes into construction by August. That's a program where we give you up to $50,000 to $100,000 per apartment unit to create affordable housing. Tonight, I want to recognize Ms. Vernell Stevens, Ms. Adelaide Andrew, and Ms. Kay Francis as 3 homeowners who exercise tremendous patience, and we have been able to assist them to get you back in your home. Ms. Stevens and Ms. Andrew are here with us tonight. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. It's not easy when water running in your house every time it rains. In another effort to bolster home ownership, the Own a Lot, Build a Home program is in full swing alongside Banco Popular and Rural Development. This opportunity provides $250,000 in grant funding to allow first-time homeowners to build their dream homes on their land. You may be asking what the difference is. It's the income limits. One is a federal program with income limits, and one doesn't have income limits. That's strict. Perhaps the most significant development in home ownership in the last 20 years was accomplished last quarter. In the St. Thomas, St. John district, we know home ownership is the biggest hurdle for our people, especially in St. John. Forget about it. But my administration, along with the Jackson Development Company and the Housing Finance Authority, is providing home ownership opportunities to 315 families. This consists of conversion of previous rental housing units from rental home to ownership residence. For those residents in Bellevue Village, Calabash Boom, and Lovenland, I want to congratulate you on your first step to home ownership. And for those who choose not to purchase or are unable to buy the unit, the option to remain a renter will be there at the same rent. In 2024, we also completed the renovation at the Walter I. M. Hodge community, consisting of 248 units across 21 buildings with a senior center. A great achievement. If you see this place, it is like something out of a movie. Beautiful. It's a great achievement, but there's so much more work to do. Our downtown areas were once social and economic hubs, teeming with families and commercial activity. It is frustrating to drive past collapsing buildings. Collapsing buildings like the Apothecary Hall and the building across from where the Durant Tower used to be. Our people need housing. Revitalizing our downtowns presents an opportunity to create new and additional housing while restoring the blight and creating economic activity to these areas. The Abandoned and Derelict Building Act we submitted to the last year is a first step to returning your downtowns to their former glory. I know they're difficult decisions, but senators, we have to move on our downtowns before they crumble completely into dust. As we move forward, we are not only rebuilding our infrastructure, but also preserving our natural heritage, which directly impacts the well-being of our people. After 54 years, I want you to note how long it's taken us to get stuff accomplished in the Virgin Islands, and we're getting them done in this administration. After 54 years and several worthwhile attempts, we have achieved the historic milestone of adopting the territory's first comprehensive land and water use plan with the signing of 8981. In addition, our people have been working. In addition, we got a $69 million NOAA grant, which will expand the territorial park system that we established a couple of years ago, adding over 2,700 acres including Maroon Ridge, Estate Perseverance, and Most Amount Equal, to protect our green spaces in perpetuity. You got it right that time. This expansion will offer residents greater access to natural spaces, promoting recreation, mental well-being, and environmental stewardship. Similarly, the Department of Agriculture, through a forestry grant, is moving forward with the purchase of 91 acres on Inner Brass Key over in St. Thomas. Once complete, that will also be added to the park system. By the end of this year, our administration would have performed the largest acquisition of land and property for the people of the Virgin Islands in history. We had to leave things out of here. We also bought Diageo and Island Block. But you can't say everything in a report, right? But while buildings and living spaces are important, perhaps one of our most formidable threats is the overall health of our community. On a panel last year, we highlighted the chronic illnesses that plague us and our resistance to taking the medication and the exercise we need to keep living. We are fully committed to fostering a healthy living because, as we know, the sound body is the best. It's the best investment. We're inspired our people to get back outside and embrace a more active and vibrant way of life. The Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation is working diligently to complete recovery repairs territory-wide. On St. Thomas, renovations have been completed at Emil Griffith, Alvin McBean, Joseph Urbane, and Kerwin Terrace ballparks. These parks now feature LED lighting, batting cages, bleachers, scoreboards, and perimeter fencing. In partnership with Sail and Surf, the Ezra Frederick Ballpark in Friedenhoy, you know, the one that looks like a real bother on the side? It will be transformed into a multi-use recreational facilities. Activities will include playground and a new skate park. We broke ground this month. This past year, we celebrated the reopening of two significant recreational facilities on St. John with the Orville Brown basketball court and the Cruz Bay tennis court. They stand as physical symbols of our progress. Meanwhile, in St. Croix, games are now being held at the Rudy Krieger Complex and D.C. Canigata Little League Park, which has rebuilt dugouts and lighting, and the construction at the Reinhold Jackson Park in Wynn will be completed by March of this year, bringing baseball and softball back to the west side of St. Croix. This past year, we celebrated the reopening of newly reconstructed pavilions at Kramer's Park Beach. These new pavilions with grills and fencing, walkways, and picnic tables will be utilized for years to come for class reunion, battle of the agencies, and weekend outings. These pavilions symbolize more than just shelter. They represent a commitment to building back better and providing an enhancement beach and experience for residents. The Vincent Mason Pool renovation project in Frederickstead remains on track to be completed by the beginning of summer, just in time for swimming lessons. While we continue to feel exasperated ain't a word, with the current contractor, we can finally see the end of the tunnel. It's hazy for the Poly Joseph Stadium project. I mean, making sure our community has facilities to be active and play with their children and live their best healthy lives is a priority for us. We have plans to install 16 new playgrounds across the territory, ensuring safe and engaging play areas for our children. We're also making upgrades to Medrick Cummins, the much-worn park fencing and all the mulch in there, and lighting improvements. All of these things we're doing to make sure that our kids and our families have inexpensive and safe places to play. When I said last year we would have carnival races again at Clinton E. Phipps racetrack, many doubted. I knew in my heart what it meant for our community to have the resumption of horse racing. Indeed, the community was overwhelmed with excitement, and it came out in record numbers to support our jockeys and horse enthusiasts. With the commitment of dedication of Southland Gaming and Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, the thunder of hoofbeat have been heard in 4 race cars in 6 months. It should be evident By this time, it should be evident to everyone, we've done everything we can do, that VIGL does not have the wherewithal nor the resources to rebuild the track. Today, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against VIGL for the breach of a contract. We have the resources. We already have $12 million on our own, and we, the government, can rebuild the Randall Dock James track and restore horse racing to St. Croix. The Department of Health continues to tackle health disparities by expanding access to care. Another remarkable thing that happened last year, through the Department of Defense Innovative Readiness Training Program, we welcome over 300 military medical professionals to the Virgin Islands, our largest health event in the history. The USVI Wellness Fair went on for 7 days. They delivered $2.25 million in free medical service, no charge, to our residents, impacting over 2,100 individuals across 3 islands. The health fair is scheduled to return this summer to provide expanded no-cost services for our residents, including dental care, optometry, medical screenings, pediatric physicals, and vaccinations. Residents will again have access to routine physical and emergency exams, teeth cleanings, fillings, and extractions, as well as assessments for blood pressure, cholesterol, glucose, and mental wellness. We have also completed the USVI Cancer Plan, the first comprehensive guide to address our territory's cancer burden. This plan also aims to reduce incidences and mortality rates and alleviate the economic burden of care, bolstering our commitment to combat cancer. Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute remains on schedule for a November 2025 completion date. In the meantime, we have granted over $300,000 in assistance to nonprofits that helps families travel abroad for care so that they could travel at cost of travel expenses and housing. We look forward to resuming the much-needed oncology services for the people of the Virgin Islands and patients from our neighboring islands. In October 2024, Snyder Regional Medical Center celebrated a significant milestone with the grand opening of its newly expanded hemodialysis unit. The hemodialysis unit is the only facility in the region with a 4-star rating, reflecting its exceptional care. Through the support of a $2 million grant from my administration, dialysis patients in this St. Croix district can now receive service at the Virgin Islands Healthcare Foundation Renal Center, its location in Sunny Isles. The CMS-certified 12-chair facility has the capability of serving up to 78 patients weekly. The opening of the nationally affiliated dialysis center will increase accessibility and fill this significant gap in healthcare. We are making progress with improving the state of healthcare in our territory. JFL North is now online, but there were apparent gaps in the form and function of this interim facility. We had to purchase another 5 acres that had and lease warehouse space and parking lot. We also recall the vital services that were affected during the hurricanes, after the hurricanes, causing our dialysis patients to be relocated to the mainland. Subsequently, patients were receiving care in trailers. This summer, JFL will transition into its dialysis unit to a brick and mortar facility. But let's face it, the challenges of providing health care existed before the storms, and it will continue after, until we address the issue of the tremendous uncompensated care burden in our territory. The solution will require legislation and collaboration between our 2 branches of government and our healthcare institutions to create some kind of inclusive, mandatory health insurance for everybody, with workers and employees contributing. It has to be done. We simply can't afford to give everybody care for free. We've made tremendous progress in increasing our Medicaid cap. Working with the delegate, we've got it now that we only pay 17% of the match, but it's not enough. We are meeting the challenges facing our territory head on, starting with the well-being of our children. We are committed to strengthening our child protections programs to safeguard and strengthening the most vulnerable among us. The growing social and emotional struggles faced by school-age children demand our attention. At the same time, we must stand firm against those who threaten the safety and the innocence of our youth. There is no place for such individuals or those who condone them in our community. We will continue to protect our children and ensure that our homes and our schools have the support they need. This last decade has brought tumultuous change for all of us, especially in the lives of our young Virgin Islanders. Yet in the face of this reality, they continue to adapt, persevere, and rise above the challenges before them. Our students are not just overcoming, they are excelling. The Department of Education is championing student success with targeted initiative approaches that celebrate our unique identity and equip our youth for global competitiveness. Virgin Islands students are now learning from a groundbreaking VI-centric civics textbook, fostering a deep understanding of national and local governments. Programs like the Film and Writing Academies empower our students to tell their stories of uncertainty and triumph, while the planned addition of the new STEAM centers in both districts introduce cutting-edge technology such as 3D printers, opening doors to careers in science and technology, engineering and arts. The excellence of our school has not gone unnoticed. U.S. Secretary of Education Miguel Cardona hailed the 2024 National Blue Ribbon Schools as raising the bar for our students. Last year, 3 of our schools were recognized as beacons of innovation and achievement. I want to congratulate our very own Ricardo Richards Elementary School as being recognized as a national Blue Ribbon School. Our students' academic performance underscores this progress. Since 2021, we have seen significant improvements in the annual assessments for science, reading, and math, key pillars of lifelong success. In science, our students moved from 45% to 64%. This is a 40% increase in student performance that at or near grade level. These gains are mirrored by results on a Smarter Balance assessment with an increase of 49% in English language arts and math proficiency, demonstrating the transformative impact of a focused and passionate Department of Education. But this progress would not be possible without the extraordinary dedication of our teachers, those who inspire, ignite curiosity, and change lives every day. Educators like Ms. Cherise C. Davis, St. Croix District Teacher of the Year, and Mr. Cornell Hanley, St. Thomas St. John Teacher of the Year, embody this commitment. Their passion is matched by Andre Douglas. I've actually been to his classroom of Ivana and Dora Hayen High School, who efforts to make, get this, mathematics palatable, enjoyable, and memorable. It earned him the prestigious Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. Andre Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. Change, progress, and transformation are sparked by learning and ignited by teaching. These sparks become a flame of innovation and inspiration when fueled by environments that nurture growth. Through the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance, which was launched this past summer, we are working to ensure every child has a safe, functional space to learn and grow. From replacing air-conditioned units and addressing roof repairs, drainage and sewage issues, we are transforming our schools into places where students and educators can thrive. Education is the foundation of progress, but for our people to thrive, they must grow up in communities where safety is not a hope, but a guarantee. While we celebrate the achievement of our students, we cannot ignore the growing threat of crime and fear that undermine their potential and disrupt all of our futures. That's why we're investing in community programs and investing and expanding support for youth and creating pathways for healing. We are taking bold and decisive steps toward a safer, more just Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Police Department is transforming with critical upgrades in infrastructure and cutting-edge technology like traffic light enforcement systems and the e-citation project. That's right, people. Your ticket's coming in the mail. You better stop running them red lights. Email. These innovations pair with 180 new surveillance cameras. We're watching you. This strengthening our community trust and enhancing our ability to protect and serve. And as we work tirelessly to make our community safer, we continue to strengthen our law enforcement efforts. Recently, we welcomed 32 Virgin Islands Police Academy graduates. Each of these individuals undergone extensive training and is committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of our citizens. We will continue to leverage both advanced technology and human intelligence to combat crime and protect our communities. The work we are doing today will lay the foundation for a safer tomorrow. But despite our best efforts, 44 homicides occurred in 2024. We had 7 homicides from January to June and 37 from July to December. Breaking this cycle requires more than just law enforcement. It demands urgent, decisive action in prevention, intervention, and healing. But on the prosecution front, the Department of Justice is taking a firm stance against violent and white-collar crime. Reflecting our determination to address this serious issue head-on, in 2024, 33 homicide cases were prosecuted. Although the prosecution of homicides often lags due to the complexity of investigation and trials, the AG remains committed to bringing justice to the victims and their families. In addition to homicides, we are prioritizing domestic violence and mental health-related offenses and the illegal possession of firearms. Our Department of Justice is also spearheading efforts to work with the judiciary for the backlog, improve collaboration with the VIPD, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and Superior Court judges in moving cases along. The Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency earned an Emergency Management Accreditation Program certification in October. If anybody know about emergency management, it's us, right? This milestone comes on the heels of another challenging year, marked by Tropical Storm Ernesto. The boats on the waterfront still reminding us it passed. We are deeply grateful to former President Biden for granting our request for a presidential major disaster declaration, which greatly aided our efforts in responding to the storm's damages. These achievements reflect our ongoing commitment to strengthening emergency response capabilities in the face of increasing challenge and climate change. This milestone is particularly significant because it makes us the first territory to get this certification. So to support our emergency efforts, along with this certification, we also secured another $161 million from the Bureau of Information Technology to make sure that our communication infrastructure is good, further enhancing our preparedness for future emergency. But all this support and all the things that I mentioned can only be paid for and sustained based on the fiscal health of the territory. And the government finances. Tonight, I wish to express my gratitude again for the establishment of a $50 million line of credit to help manage the government's finances. This line of credit is a financial tool that any billion-dollar government should have at its disposal. Given the cyclical nature of revenue collection, this line has already proven invaluable in assisting with vendor obligations. I'm proud to report tonight that we have utilized $25 million out of the line to pay outstanding obligations. I want to be clear, though. We have the resources to pay our bills, manage our costs, and maintain a balanced budget. But as in all management and budget operation, we must make prudent choices. Legislature, I get it. As politicians, we know that our people appreciate buildings for a lot longer than they appreciate retro pay, 8% paybacks, and salary increases. These structures stand as long-lasting reminders of our individual contribution to our communities. But senators, let's use these proceeds from recently settled lawsuits that are in cash to settle our old debts rather than create new debts. We already have over $20 billion in construction. Let us use this money to put our finances in order. There's trouble brewing. The rum cover-over is crucial to sustaining the vibrancy of this Virgin Islands economy and the payment of our matching fund bonds. Our ongoing funding uncertainty threatens the solvency of our pension system. In 2024, in conjunction with the delegate, we worked hard, advocating aggressively, lobbying Congress to permanently set the cover-over rate at $13.25. But to no avail. This remains a top priority for this administration. And this new Congress, hopefully the gridlock eases and we can have positive action to restore the rum cover-over to the rate. This is why our official visits to Washington, D.C. are so important. Many issues remain on our federal radar to address our need for additional workers, changes to the tax code, our treatment by the U.S. National Park Service, immigration, and border security, as well as a safe restart to the refinery in St. Croix. But all our progress, all our hard-fought victories can be undone by the actions or inaction of just a few. This year, our community has been confronted with painful truth as accusations of corruption have shaken both the private and the public sectors, within and beyond our government. As your governor, the reality has weighed very heavily on me. I have pored over policies, scrutinized procedures, reviewed codes of conduct, and examined indictments, searching for the fault lines that allow these things to happen. Now, some may seize this moment to paint the entire Brian Roach administration with the brush of corruption. But let me be clear, my concern is not for our reputation alone. My fear is that these accusations will cast a shadow over the character of all Virgin Islanders, whether they serve in public office or across business institutions in daily life. I firmly reject this narrative. We are people of integrity, resilience, and faith, hardworking individuals committed to creating better lives for our families and communities. What defines us should never be limited to the actions of any one group. In my reflections on this, I've come to a sobering reality. No policy, no procedure, no code of conduct can entirely guard against human weakness. Trust is the foundation of government. And when that trust is violated, it plants a toxic seed of doubt. As your governor, alongside my administration, I am steadfast in my commitment to uproot this mistrust and restore faith in our institutions. Let me say unequivocally, we will have zero tolerance for corruption in any form in this administration. Today, I have signed into existence a new comprehensive code of ethics. Corruption, whether it manifests itself as theft, fraud, or the misappropriations of funds, is a cancer that threatens the very lifeblood of our community. Our charge is to protect government resources, to fortify our defenses. We have built a framework for transparency and accountability that is stronger than ever before. We have implemented clear and competitive bidding processes. We've modernized procurement legislation. We require transparency from the government of the Virgin Islands for all our projects. We have enforced strict bonding requirements and upheld standards for environmental, archaeological, and historic preservation, ensuring every project is not only legally compliant, but aligned with our environmental and sustainability goals. These measures are not just symbolic, they reflect our unwavering commitment to integrity and ethical leadership. Further, the Division of Personnel has now implemented mandatory training for government employees, including members of my cabinet, on the principles of ethical governance. This effort is bolstered by the updated Code of Conduct, replacing an executive order dating back to 1961, that's 64 years ago. Our administration is determined to emerge from this chapter stronger, more transparent, and more resilient. Together, we are building a legacy of trust and accountability that will define the Virgin Islands for generations to come. Let this moment be a turning point, not just for our government, but for the collective conscience of our community. Our journey has never been about building monuments. It has always been about changing the mindset, lives, and futures of all Virgin Islanders, as well as shaping the course of these islands. The key theme of my administration has been persistence, staying the course no matter the challenges. In less than 25 years, we will celebrate 200 years of emancipation. In just 8 years, we will mark 300 years since the St. John Revolt of 1733. And in 3 years, we will honor the 150th anniversary of the fire burn. In 1917, when America was on the rise, our fate seemed uncertain. Yet within 10 years of that transfer, we had gained American citizenship. And in less than 50 years, we achieved self-governance. Despite how far we have come, we still have much to do. In just a few months, we will gather for our 6th Constitutional Convention. Let this be the final time we go through this process. We must create a new, inclusive constitution that reflects who we are as a multi-ethnic, multi-racial, and multi-denominational people living proudly under the stars and stripes. I remain concerned about how we continue to delay our full potential and prosperity we have worked hard to build. Opportunities to break free from poverty and improve our lives are here. Yet, too many of us seem either unprepared, unwilling, or just afraid to take action. Figures like David Hamilton Jackson, Earl B. Otley, and many other great Virgin Islanders overcame significant challenges to advance these islands we call home today. We cannot let their sacrifices go to waste through fear or apathy. It is up to us, not just the legislature or the people in this building, Virgin Islanders. It is up to us to honor their legacy and fulfill our potential. So although we are progressing through the throes of change, greater good requires action. And sometimes that action is unpopular. Our legacy and our fortunes are one and the same, and if not curated well, we will have the risk of falling once again into disrepair. Senators, let us not exit these halls and pick up the battering ram of our political offices for the sake of acrimony and personal ambition. Let us work together to pass legislation that inspires wealth acquisition and encourages greater home ownership and business development for our people. Virgin Islanders, leadership is a lonely station. Your senators, the lieutenant governor, and I can attest to such. The priorities before us may at times compete and conflict, but together we are about these Virgin Islands and its residents and our overall well-being. Rest assured, your government is working for you. And if this government is to endure, your full participation is required. You must take advantage of the opportunities. Work with us to build community. Shine the light on wrongdoing and wrongdoers. Embrace a healthy lifestyle and commit to preserving our natural environment and our territorial treasures. Let us strengthen our resolve to collectively clear away the rubble that has mired us in a mindset of disaster and crisis. Our vision for our community is a common one. Let us not waver when it comes to promoting responsible citizenship. We shall remain unrelenting, unflinching on our course to progress. The road ahead may not always be easy, but together we will overcome any challenge that stands in our way, including the throes of progress. As James Weldon so eloquently stated, sing a song full of faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won. God bless you. God bless the Virgin Islands. Love you.
Thank you very much, Governor. Please continue to stand as the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Chief Justice, and the presiding judge and delegate to Congress leave the chambers. Please be seated. We want to thank the governor for providing his 7th State of the Territory address to the 36th legislature of the Virgin Islands and to the people of the Virgin Islands. I'd like to thank the Office of the Executive Director, the central staff of the legislature, and to all those who were involved in ensuring that we would be here tonight. Special thanks to our facilities crew for getting the room prepared. And thanks to our Public Affairs Division and to our media for ensuring that the people of the Virgin Islands were able to hear this important State of the Territory address. The legislative session of January 13th, 2025, which reconvened on January 27th, 2025, is hereby adjourned. We're asking the viewing and listening audience to remain tuned in for Senate reactions to the State of the Territory address and to the legislature's post-address coverage. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for being here.
Not on camera. Relayer? And we are back. Hey, Jamal. Okay, that was a lot going on. We have a whole lot of questions, a whole lot of stuff to discuss. What did you think? What was the tone like to you?
I really feel like the tone of this was generally, I think the tone was generally safe.
Yeah.
I think that was the general theme of this. I think the governor was legitimately just trying to be, trying to be calm, trying to say, okay, everything is all right. I don't feel as if we got into detail with a whole bunch of stuff. It seemed to have been generally, hey, this is what's going on. We're trying to fix this, but it did not seem as if it was all that much in detail.
Right. I think I was there to be a little bit more hopeful. Some of the stuff that he touched on that resonates, but like I said, there's a lot of stuff that he didn't touch on. So when we get to sit with the senators, we hear their take as what they thought about it. We know there's a lot of information for them to be gathered in this one 5-minute round, but still just to get our opinion from them as to where it is, where they see that we stand, and what changes needs to be made, and how we're going to move forward from here. Everything is fresh now, fresh at everybody's mind, so we will discuss it and then we'll see how we go. We're here at the Legislative Hall. We are watching the governor has just left the hall, and we're looking at the dignitaries conversating and getting ready as well, and setting up the backdrop so we could do these interviews and have some conversation with the one-on-one with our senators for the 36th legislature. What are you thinking so far?
Like I said previously, I think what I feel is that the governor he's legitimately just trying to say, okay, this is where we are. I don't think it was much of. I don't think we probably. I think some of us did probably want more out of this,
Yes,
but once again, I do think he's probably trying to keep it safe. Right. We know all of the things and the issues that this place is having right now, but I'm thinking he's probably generally keeping it safe in the speech.
Some of the things, like I said, especially WAPA that should have been a whole target. Like I said, that's affecting both of us. It seems to balance out a little bit more. We don't have as much outages, but we still have some outages. And next thing you know, you're going to be hurricane season again, and we have to go through the same process.
Don't remind me.
The same process again. So, like I said, he was optimistic. I looked at this speech and I looked at the one from last year to see what some of the changes that was made. I'm still looking out for education. We also have a new administration in the states as well, and they're making drastic changes, which I'm sure is going to affect us in some kind of way.
We've already seen the drastic changes. This administration in the mainland has not even been in office for that long, and we've already seen one week has felt like a month, a year.
And one of the things that I've seen reports on is the fact about FEMA.
Yes,
like he wants to take out FEMA altogether.
And from my understanding, it seems like he probably wants to make that a sort of, it would be states' rights.
Yeah, that will be tough. We still ain't recovered from 2017, so I don't know how.
So I do believe that if FEMA gets retooled, that is going to look drastically different for the Virgin Islands. I mean, we don't know what sort of funding we would potentially lose if we were to lose funding.
Right.
So I believe that this administration that's in right now, it's going to give some radically different results from what we probably were used to in the past 4 years.
Right. And to be honest with you, especially as Virgin Islanders, we hate that we're sending back money for anything. We know for sure that we need it, for education, for healthcare, human services. So we don't want to hear no money going back to the federal money. Listen, we definitely need it. We need boots on the ground. We need to get some of these ideas that we've been flirting with, for instance, 2017. We need to see some of these things. I saw one thing that the governor also mentioned about 10 schools by the end of 2025. I don't know if that's built or just the drafts from them. So we're looking forward to that because, like I said, the education, we can't do much without the education, and we know for sure we still need teachers. He spoke about the teacher's salary, and like my personal observation about teachers should be paid very well. Very,
Yes,
very well.
my mom was an elementary school teacher
Yes.
for 30 years.
Yes,
So
pay them. They're responsible for the next generation and the next generation of students. So we definitely got to pay them what they deserve. To be honest with you, so I'm looking forward to that. I was going to say we're going to talk to the senators and we're going to see what they take. We have some freshman senators, like I said earlier, that should be able to just talk about what's their experience from this, probably the first time being at the state of the territory, and what they're looking forward to in months to come, because they have to hit the ground running.
yeah, the new freshman senators have to hit this ground running. Once again, we are seeing these issues play out before our very own eyes.
Okay.
And once again, I would hope that the new senators would come and just hit the ground running and say, okay, we have to attack this. Let's just get things
We
going.
need to change the pace. We got to do more. Like I said, one word that we always hear, which is I studied this word, transparency. So I don't know how transparency works when it comes to actually for government. But we use the word.
Yeah,
loosely.
it does seem like the word transparency is a sort of buzzword right now. And once again, do we really know what the word transparency means?
Exactly, right, exactly. So if you have to be thinking about it, would the case be then, you understand?
Like
So-
what does that mean?
Right. Agreed. All right, so we're watching, we're getting ready to set up to do these interviews. We're looking at everybody's getting ready. The senators are there. They're just moving the chairs and getting our set up. And we should be live in a few minutes. It's been a pleasure, Jamal. We can go and deal
You
with
as
these
well.
senators, and we will see how this works.
All right.
All righty.
Just concluded his State of the Territory address, and now Legit TV is transitioning into our Senate reactions. Our Senate reactions, we highlight all of the senators' feelings towards the governor's speech. Tonight, I have Senate President Milton E. Potter. How are you tonight?
I'm excellent, Africa. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. In terms of the governor's speech, how would you evaluate his speech? And would you say that some of the items that was outlined in his speech aligns with the pressing issues of our community?
I would say, the governor has been doing this type of speech for the last 7 years. He's good at it. Governor gave a eloquent speech, I would say, but whether or not it fully aligns with the reality of the average Virgin Islander on the street, that is another story. I don't think that all is well in the territory, and I think the governor made an emphasis on the fact that things are really progressing nicely in the territory. So I think there is some level of incongruence between what the governor articulated, much of what the governor articulated, and the realities of the man and woman on the street.
Well, I can definitely concur, because when we checked our social media pages, there were a lot of people who were basically speaking to the point that you just made. Mm-hmm. My second question, what are your priorities as the Senate President in collaborating with the governor and his administration with the key challenges mentioned, such as economic development, infrastructure, and education reform?
I want to tell you, cost of living is a huge thing for me. It's a huge thing for every Virgin Islander. We just came off of an election, and just going door to door, interacting with the average Virgin Islander, their concern is the inflationary pressures that are affecting them on a day-to-day basis. You're talking about WAPA, the price of food, the price of housing. These are things that directly impact people, and I think we need to find some realistic measures where on a local level we can have some impact in remediating. DLCA, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, I know we sort of look at licensing and consumer affairs as just the licensing entity, but I think that they have a bigger role to play when it comes to our economy, food prices, monitoring the prices of goods in our territory, whether or not it matches up with the prices that consumer goods are supposed to be, the impact of trailers bringing our foods in, how does that impact the price in the grocery stores? So I think that having a more serious collaborative discussion with the executive branch concerning the economic inflationary pressures that are impacting our people on a day-to-day basis is something that we, this 36th legislature, will be prioritizing.
Are there areas in the governor's proposals or speech where you feel additional oversight, adjustments, or anything needs to be implemented or talked about?
Well, I know the whole notion of our recovery. I know the governor acknowledged that the recovery process is a slow one. But at the same time, the hurricanes were in 2017. Yeah. And so you're talking about close to 8 years that has gone by without any real significant major structure having been done, having been erected. And I understand this slow pace of construction and the bureaucracy with FEMA and the like, but be that as it may, I think that we should be seeing some more completion of significant projects, I'm talking about hospitals and schools and major roadways, we should start seeing some improvement in that area.
Senator, thank you so much. Very quickly, can you rapidly answer this last question? Was there anything that the governor spoke about tonight, or was something that you wish he spoke about tonight, is what I should say?
Agriculture and food security. I know as we rapidly approach the fair in St. Croix, I think that as a territory, we need to have a major push. We need to have some major discussion as to our ability to improve, put a dent in this 98% of the foods that we import. It's just a high risk for us to not, be able to guarantee our security should these trailers stop coming. So that is something I would have liked the governor to speak a lot more about.
Thank you so much. Alwyn?
Good evening. And I am happy to be sitting down here with one of my longtime friends, man, my longtime friends, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
How are you doing?
I am good. And congratulations, the Vice President of the legislature. Okay, so let's get to the nitty-gritty. You should be an experienced senator when it comes to the state of the territory. Yes, should be. So, what are your thoughts? What do you think?
First of all, I must say that the governor's state of the territory address was both insightful and moving, and I appreciated the clearer timelines that I heard this year in the. I think you set me up there a little bit, right?
Yeah, set you up, right?
But just in case you didn't hear me, I think that the governor's state of the territory address was both insightful and moving, and I appreciated the clearer timelines that the governor has provided us. As he rightfully stated, we have resources to meet our obligations, but it must first be done prudently.
Right.
And I truly applaud this approach and want to see this put into action. I also agree with him, with his stance. I was happy to hear him talk about his administration not tolerating public corruption.
Right.
And though he has stated that today he has signed an administrative document with regards to the code of ethics, I will still be bringing forward the measure to create a conflict of interest commission. And at the same time, I also want to applaud the gain in tourism, specifically on the island of St. Croix, but we have a number of opportunities that we need to take advantage of, and one of those opportunities is to the completion of the Paulie Joseph Stadium.
Right. Oh, we're looking forward to that.
Definitely.
And especially on WAPA as well. He's supposed to have initiatives on WAPA coming up.
Yes, and I applaud WAPA and the new leadership too in the direction that they're going. But I still want to make sure that we clean up what was done before.
Right.
So I'm definitely looking forward to the Inspector General investigation and completion of that investigation so that we can move forward.
So we're in the 36th legislature. I realize that you don't actually have a committee. So I guess you will be, actually, you're a member of several committees.
And it's only now that I'm sad that I don't have a committee. When I sit back and I think of it, normally I'm the first senator to hold a committee hearing. And when I was looking at doing that, I realized, oh, shoot, I don't have a committee.
Right. Right. So that's what I said. So you're probably going to be loading with the case. I'll give you more time to do.
Yes, I'll definitely attend most of the Senate hearings.
Right.
Definitely play an active role in that.
So the governor has 2 more years, actually, to fulfill some of the mandates that he brought forward. Are you looking forward to these 2 years? What are you?
Definitely looking forward. Again, the speech was insightful and moving, but I must say that we cut in a lot of ribbons, but we ain't seeing these places opening. So now that we're cutting ribbons, we actually want to see these structures or facilities open to the public.
Definitely. And also healthcare, the hospitals.
That's number 1 priority as well.
to see the build of our new hospitals.
Right. Actually, you mentioned 10 schools before the end of 2025. So I was like, 10 schools,
Yes, that's an aggressive move.
Yes.
But let's see, because again, we have to have the people to work.
Right.
You know, and we've seen what's happening around the nation with the roundups and whatnot, and the people that are actually doing this work, they will probably not be available here in the territory.
Right.
We have to look at reality, and our people must understand what's taking place.
And that's important, the reality. Right now, we're living in the reality. So yes, the speech is that, but we're still living in a reality. So we're seeing it, and we have to live it as well.
Yes, indeed.
Senator, thank you for your time. I appreciate you. Anything else? Any last resorts?
I want to thank you too, but you're making me look at you and say I want to step up my game for next time. I love your attire.
And I love you like a brother, man.
All
Appreciate
right,
you, brother.
man.
Appreciate you,
Take
brother.
care now.
All right. Now back to you, Africa.
Thank you, Alwyn. Joining me is Senator Avery Lewis. How are you tonight?
Excellent. I'm excellent.
Our freshman senator, how do you plan to hold the governor and his administration accountable for achieving the goals and timelines mentioned in the State of the Territory address?
Well, tonight the governor gave a speech, and he couldn't include everything in his speech. And while I know everything couldn't be included in his speech, to hold the administration accountable, and even this body, we have committees of jurisdiction. So I'll be calling in them regularly, getting timelines, updates, balances, where we at, how we moving forward, making site visits and so forth. We have to hold them accountable.
In terms of, are there any specific concerns or gaps in the governor's address, in the governor's speech that you would have liked him to discuss or talk about tonight?
Well, there were two things really. I heard a lot about we have $22 billion of projects to play with, not to play with, but to execute throughout the years upcoming. But I really didn't hear much about opening the doors to include acts for other investors to come in, so we could have new revenue streams in the territory. Also, I really had wanted, as a former administrator, I really had thinking to hear more about mental illness, how we're going to approach it, and address it in the territory. So I guess let's wait my turn and call them in, and we work on it together.
You mentioned investments. One of the major things that he mentioned tonight was investments in infrastructure, in which there are new port upgrades, downtown revitalizations, and of course, the airports are being upgraded as well. What do you think is the best way to secure funding, and how would the legislature hold them accountable in bringing these things into fruition in a timely manner?
Well, we have been doing a great job working along with the delegate to Congress and all our lobbyists in the states and this institution here as well. So we're going to continue to work along with them and secure different funding, whether it's through federal grants or local monies or whatever we have to do to work together as a team collaboratively to make this thing happen. One thing I heard the governor talk about tonight is he planned to uproot corruption wherever it is, and that's one of the major things we've seen happening in over the recent days. A lot of accusations, and we're going to hold people feet to the fire. So we have to make our people aware that we're going to provide these funding, but people have to work and work honestly.
Right. What is your perspective on the governor's approach to tackling issues such as crime, housing, and healthcare as outlined in the State of the Territory address?
Well, he talked about crime. He talked about moving in a more modernized way of tackling things through e-ticketing and, But I think there's other means to do it. But we have to work together and bring in different committees of jurisdiction, not only with our local partners, but with our federal partners.
How will the legislature ensure that the proposed infrastructure projects are completed efficiently and sustainably?
Well, like I said before, we have to bring Office of Disaster and Recovery and all these reporting agencies, compliance agencies, and so forth, ask for timelines. We need timelines. We heard a lot of open-ending things. I've been going to a lot of ribbon cuttings and different things, but we really need timelines and end dates to all of these projects.
Is there anything that you would have liked to hear him talk about tonight? Anything that you're passionate about?
Yeah, like I said earlier, mental illness is one. And, new revenue generation, but it's a speech, and you couldn't include everything, so I look forward to bringing different agencies and community stakeholders into the respective committees, and we move forward from there.
Thank you. Back to you, Alwyn. And Senator, in terms, before you go, just one more quick question for you. Do you believe that the governor's plans for economic diversification will create long-term stability for the Virgin Islands?
I do think so, but we also have to watch what's going on the mainland. We have a new president in place, and we have to see what's going on there in the world on the mainland.
Thank you so much, Senator Avery Lewis.
Thank you.
Back to you, Alwyn.
Thank you, Africa. And now I'm sitting down with one of our real veterans. I'm looking here at my notes, and you have been a senator from 2015.
Yes.
So you have been through this road many times. Okay, so
definitely this is my fifth term.
Fifth term.
So I'm glad to be returning to the Senate, and I really want to thank the people of St. Croix for giving me the overwhelming support.
Thank you. Oh, well, we're blessed. So let's start. What do you think about the governor's this year's State of the Territory? I felt it was a little different this year, but what are your thoughts?
It was a bit different. I don't think he had the same energy that I saw displayed last year. There was a lot in the message. I read the message, and then I listened to the message. But what struck me the most is that it doesn't correlate to the reality on the ground. So you heard about healthcare, you heard education, you heard a number of different areas, but the reality on the ground at this point, at this juncture in the Virgin Islands, is one that is not good. Healthcare is at the lowest stage on the island of St. Croix. There are so many issues at Wang Louis Hospital in reference to supplies, personnel, wait time in the emergency room. Education, we just came off a shortened school days because of lack of AC units and complex and Central High and Eulalie Rivera, school days being shortened. So when you look at that and then you hear, well, we're going to be building 10 schools by the end of the year. Well, I really just want them to be able to maintain the present schools. I want a building to take place, but we need to make sure that we're able to maintain and we're able to fix those schools that are having so many issues that we have in no school or shortened school days. So along with that building phase, I want to make sure that we take the time to make sure that education is at the forefront and that healthcare, that basic improvement is going to occur.
Because while they build, the students going to have to go someplace.
Yes.
So we need to make sure that they take care of that. But what about...
And even that, I'm going to, when you heard about the Super PMO and you heard about the St. Thomas rebuild, they listed about 8 schools. So the question that we're going to ask you, the committee, is, well, how are you going to be able to deal with the students while the rebuild is taking place? So that's important for us to know.
Right, agreed. And let's talk about the students now. Like I said, they're going through a lot. And even though we look at our mental care system, our health care system, we got more bums in the street. We have a lot of things that's going on with the KSP. So, we wanted to hear a lot more about those stuff. So what are your thoughts on that as well?
The speech didn't speak to the homeless population. It didn't speak to mental illness. So those are definitely areas that need to be addressed and that need to be clearly defined. There was some language in reference to the elderly population, but again, no target dates. So you don't know when you're going to be able to expand living assistance facilities. You heard no discussion about when we'll be able to open a mental health facility on St. Croix. You heard no discussion about homelessness. Matter of fact, you really didn't hear much about human services. Human services was absent from the conversation. Health, with the exception of saying that Wang Louis is going to start for this is the 4th time I've heard that Wang Louis is going to start. You didn't hear a lot of conversation about the issues that the people are facing on an everyday basis. The lack of health care, the infrastructure. You heard about the Nacho Road being paved. You heard nothing about striping. You heard nothing about lights. So with that $20 billion that the Virgin Islands will have access to, we expect for the Virgin Islands to be transformed. We don't expect it to see patchwork or to see a Virgin Islands that existed 10, 15 years ago, because we have regressed from there. You expect to see projects, you expect to see modern schools being built, hospital, healthcare facilities. You expect to see a bump in housing in reference to middle-income housing. That's one of the ways that you're able to return individuals in the Virgin Islands. So I want to see the work on the ground. I want to see the result of the fruits of having all of these monies that we can actually see. the change on St. Croix and Thomas St. John.
Right. So the governor has 2 more years. Like I said, you're back. So what will be first on your agenda tackling in these next 2 years? Because like I said, we have so much things that we could be here discussing. We could be here all night.
Yes.
Right. So, but what would be immediate? So you're the chair of the Education and Workforce Committee again, with the case. And we know you're big for education as well. But some of the other initiatives that you were thinking about.
The majority had an opportunity to meet, and we have literally outlined a schedule for the month of February and early March to try to detail those areas that are mostly affecting the Virgin Islands and to bring in those individuals and be able to have fact-finding hearing, oversight hearings, where we'll be able to glean that information and hopefully encourage them to do what they're supposed to do in the capacity that they have been hired to do. So we'll be announcing the Education Committee meeting, which we're going to be bringing in Bureau of School Maintenance. We're going to be talking about summer maintenance, capital projects, hospital and health. We'll be bringing in JFL. Finance is going to be dealing with some of the issues surrounding the Parley Joseph Stadium. So we have a detailed plan for the next month, and we're going to be releasing the plan within the next week. The senators have been working on the schedule, working on the agenda items. Right. But as soon as we have it, we're going to release it to the public so the public could know what we're going to be discussing and could also ask us questions and give us recommendations.
Thank you, Senator, for setting the time with me with the case. Be very informative, and we look forward to the 2036 legislature and the blessed term for Governor Bryan. Thank you.
And thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Back to you, Africa.
Thank you, Alwyn. Joining me is our delegate to Congress, Stacey Plaskett. How are you tonight?
I'm great. How are you this evening?
I'm doing wonderful.
Good.
What were your thoughts on the governor's speech?
Well, there are quite a number of components of his speech that I found very exciting. There were initiatives such as the Career Technical College, which I thought was a great addition. This is an area of students that we really need to touch, our young people that we need to be able to provide a future for. I, of course, living on St. Croix and being a racehorsing person, loving the races, the notion of going back to the table about and completing the project to build a racetrack on St. Croix was something that I was very happy to hear as well. And also the discussion about the work that the Department of Health has been doing with bringing in additional support for our for those that are in need of special assistance, whether it's teeth cleaning, dental, and the others, and having that partnership with outside resources, I think is really taking advantage of the fact that we're an American territory. So I appreciated that as well.
That's wonderful. Now, you did mention the technical school, and he did state that it would be open in 2025?
Sure.
Are you looking forward to that, and do you think that would help to boost our economy in terms of training our young men and women?
Well, you know, the governor needs an enormous amount of young people, people to be able to do construction. While the governor did talk about our low unemployment rate, what was not mentioned is that our participation in the job market hovers around 50%. So while we have a low number of people who are actually registering as unemployed, we also have a very large portion of our population which has not even looked for work anymore. They're out of the market. And so those are the people that I'm hoping that we'll be able to get with this Career Technical College.
And what do you think is the best way to usher these people into that direction?
Well, I think that, of course, branding and advertising and recognizing the job skills that are needed here for the new economy that we have, the construction work that is going to be here, rather than just getting totally over 5,000 individuals that we need for construction from beginning to end, to try and utilize those individuals who are no longer participating in the job market to recognize the amount of funding that can, the amount of jobs that they can have and good paying jobs that they can have for their future. I think also if we are identifying funding that can pay them while they are in this technical college is something that I'd really love to support and try and find the resources for so that we can keep them engaged so that they complete.
One of the things that the governor mentioned in his speech was the income tax returns and the 8%. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think throughout the governor's speech, there were quite a number of issues that are federally related and are part of the work that my office has been doing, although my office or myself were not mentioned in them. Discussions of the tax returns was one area that was garnered by utilizing, I was able in legislation 2 years ago to be able to get our earned income and our child tax credit reimbursed, which is giving the government of the Virgin Islands between $25 and $35 million a year, which I'm grateful that the legislature has designated to be used for tax returns. So that's a resource that myself and my legislation were able to give the Virgin Islands. Additionally, the Medicaid funding. That was not work of lobbyists or others. That was a straight piece of legislation that I put in that allowed us to move from the Virgin Islands government having to pay 45% to now only paying 17% of the Medicaid costs, which in the time that we have done has brought 20,000 more Virgin Islanders to be able to receive health care. But that's not enough. And our Department of Insurance, the Lieutenant's Governor's Office, has to find other means of providing health insurance and bringing health insurance online to the people of the territory. So that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Is there anything in his speech that you would have liked him to talk about? Was there any oversight, or do you think there's an alternative approach to anything that he mentioned in his speech tonight?
Well, I think that we need to have a very aggressive plan to be able, the governor talked about our cost share. The work that I did with Sherlonda Young, who was the head of OMB, who actually wrote the legislation for us to receive the rebuilding money, was the person that I got the governor to meet with, who then after that meeting 3 weeks later, President Biden signed the cost share. What was not mentioned is that 2% expires in 10 years from President Biden having signed it. So we have to have a really aggressive plan to be able to spend that $22 billion. And I think that I'm happy to work with the governor and the legislature to come up with an aggressive plan to do that. This is something that we're going to have all hands on deck to be able to do, so that we don't then go into the next phase where it bumps back up to that 10%. I think that that's something that we can do. We have great members of our Virgin Islands legislature, the people here, and great minds to be able to collectively come up with a plan, and that's something that I want to see.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you, Elwin.
Thank you, Africa. I'm here sitting with another veteran senator from 2015. That class of 2015 have to be the greatest class, eh?
It was a powerful class.
Yeah.
Only two of us came in new in that class, at least from the St. Croix district, Senator Vielle and myself, yes.
Senator Noble E. Francis Jr., what are your thoughts of the governor's 2025 State of the Territory? Where are we at right now?
I'll tell you, this was the 7th State of the Territory address by the governor, and of course I've had the opportunity to listen to all 7 of the State of the Territory address, and this one I felt that it was pretty upbeat, as traditionally he's always upbeat about these speeches. But I think that he actually confronted where he made sure he created a balance where he discussed the accomplishments and progress of the administration, as well as some of the challenges that we face moving forward. So I think that it was very appreciative of him being able to at least articulate, some of those challenges that we face. And clearly, those challenges require all of us to really meet and have a discussion in respect to how do we move those challenges and remove the barriers from those challenges going forward.
So I see you went from one hot seat to the next hot seat. You were the president, and now you're in budget. And we have budget restraints, we have FEMA money, we have a lot of money going back. Where are we with the financial status for the Virgin Islands right now, what the governor was talking about?
Well, clearly we heard that the governor spoke about the $22 billion that we have available to us. And I believe that in the 35th legislature, the body really worked along with the administration to ensure that we're very supportive of, again, providing the necessary resources and legislation necessary for the government to thrive. We provided a line of credit. We supported the issue of the state of emergency for WAPR. We really supported the administration in their effort, and at least we saw that we got some credit this time around in respect to working along with the administration. I truly believe that we do have the financial resources, at least on the federal side, to ensure that we're carrying out these projects. The challenge that continue to confront us is obviously the implementation and execution. And we really have to, again, be able to hold the administration's hand in ensuring that these projects are executed in a timely fashion. We have a very short amount of time to be able to make a difference on these projects. We see what's happening globally in terms of the perils that they're experiencing with the wildfires and the snowstorms and the hurricanes and everything else that they're experiencing. So I believe that the federal government will be looking for every available penny to be able to spend. So we have to make sure that while we talk about us, ensuring that all of the funding so far, all of the FEMA money have been allocated and encumbered, we want to make sure that we're carrying out the projects to completion so that we don't lose that funding that's available to us.
Tell me about the South Shore Initiative.
Well, again, that's a visionary piece of legislation that we move forward. Sometime back in respect to building up the South Shore Enterprise Zone in St. Croix. And, in all of this discussion that we're having right now in terms of economic development, I believe that we're poised to ensure that we're able to see those economic development. We have the Port Hamilton refinery that's slated to reopen, again, within the South Shore Enterprise Zone. We have where the president continued to champion the fact that he wants to levy tariff because he wants to bring back a lot of those industry to the United States, and I believe that we have an opportunity of a lifetime to be able to place a lot of those industry within the South Shore Enterprise Zone. So if we're really carrying out the vision to build that South Shore Enterprise Zone, I believe that all ducks is aligned for us to be able to do that. As well as there's conversation about military movement, the opening of the Panama Canal and taking that back under the United States. We're pivotally located, again, for us to be able to enter, perfectly located for us to be able to, within the South Shore Enterprise Zone, with that deep water port in that area, again, to be attractive to the Panama Canal and the areas beyond. So I believe that the South Shore Enterprise Zone is really poised and positioned to be able to see some economic diversification within that zone. And for us, we don't want to continue to put all our eggs in one basket. We saw what happened during the pandemic with tourism. We saw what happened when the oil refinery closed down. So diversifying our economic portfolio is critical in us moving forward.
I appreciate that. Also, healthcare. That's going to be a main topic, to be honest with you. We've had some real bad situations going on. And I think we're in a state of emergency when it comes to healthcare right about now. I personally believe that. So what do we do next? What are the plans?
Well, clearly, I believe that we have to have a consortative plan to address this healthcare that we're experiencing. Not just with the situation of infrastructure, but we also want to make sure that we're bringing in all of our comprehensive healthcare, quality healthcare, not just for our government entities, but also for the private sector. We have a number of urgent cares. We have a number of different facilities that provide healthcare in the private sector. And I believe if we're talking about quality healthcare, they have to come into the fold in respect to the discussion about healthcare. But we have an aging community.
Right.
We have an aging community, and every single day, we have individuals that's flown out of this territory for the purpose of seeking health care beyond. We have to prioritize health care here in the territory so that we could be able to address that situation.
Senator, thank you for the time. I appreciate the time. Always a blessing to hear you talking.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Africa, back to you.
Thank you, Alwyn. Joining me is Senator Marvin Blyden. How are you tonight?
Africa, I'm fine. And yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. What were your thoughts on the governor's speech?
My thoughts on the governor's speech. Well, of course, he talked about being progressive with his speech. I do agree with that. But at the same time, I feel pretty optimistic at the same time.
Why do you feel optimistic?
Well,
what about his speech brought out the optimism?
Well, first of all, the home ownership opportunities for the residents of Loveland, Bellevue, and Calabash Boom. 315 individuals, that's pretty optimistic. I do not believe those individuals, especially those in St. John, would never have an opportunity to own their own home. So I was pretty happy about that. In addition to that, he spoke to the Envision program and the progress that's being made at this point, and I'm very, very happy for that in terms of progress and opportunity for those individuals, because that's a very important program. A lot of individuals, a lot of young ladies have stood up. I know personally I worked with her in terms of her getting her home rebuilt, a total rebuild, and I'm very happy for that.
Yeah, the governor did mention that there was an increase in the enrollment for the VI Slice program and also for the Envision program. What do you think attributed to that increase?
They removed it from HFA and put it under the other agency, and that's the biggest accomplishment, disaster recovery. But I want to add, while I have this platform, in addition to that, the HAP program, the Housing Assistance Program, whereas we have many families struggling at this moment in terms of insuring the home. The government spoke about that. The governor spoke about that. Also, in terms of foreclosure, that program actually assists many individuals in terms of making them whole again. And it's because many individuals do not know about that program. So I think there needs to be more PSA when it comes to the HAP program.
In terms of emergency housing, how will your committee, the Committee on Housing, hold the governor and his administration accountable for bringing up more community or emergency housing?
Well, not only emergency housing, but we also need workforce housing, especially with the rebuild of this territory, with all the $22 billion we're speaking of, where are these people going to stay? So I'm working with the Housing Finance Authority and other developers to see how we can create workforce housing to the housing platform and to the stock in order for the rebuild to move forward aggressively, because as was stated by some of my colleagues and the delegate, we only have a certain amount of time to spend those funds, and we cannot afford for those funds to be returned in any way, shape, or fashion. So workforce housing is important. Emergency housing also is very important. We are working with non-for-profit organizations in terms of emergency housing, and the Housing Finance Authority have a plan to build more emergency housing to add to the housing stock when it comes to emergency housing.
Was there anything in the governor's speech that you would have liked him to talk about, anything that needed additional oversight or adjustments or an alternative approach, and how he's going about handling the government business?
Well, I would have loved to hear him talk more about probate issues in the territory. We have a serious problem when it comes to probate, and I would have loved to hear what type of plan we have moving forward to address the probate situation in the territory. Also, he spoke to situation with our seniors. I didn't hear much about human services and our seniors in terms of taking care of those individuals, but I know that I put forward legislation. I have been speaking with him in terms of purchasing Seaview nursing home to build a facility and upgrade a facility for our seniors. I would have loved to hear more about that when it comes to our seniors, and more facilities for them also, mental health and health care for our people also. So there's a lot on his plate. There's a lot to be done at this point, but I would have loved to hear a little bit more about those topics in the speech.
In terms of healthcare, he said that there's a lot more healthcare facilities that are being developed in terms of the Cancer Institute, as well as having an institute for renal support as well for those who are suffering from who are in need of kidney dialysis.
And diabetes.
And diabetes. So in addition to those facilities, basically you would have liked to have heard him speak about a bigger expansion in terms of our senior citizens having more facilities to assist them with issues that they face as they age.
Definitely, because we know they're our most precious assets. They have already paved the way for us, and I always put them above and beyond anyone else, because they are the one that had made it possible for all of us moving forward. But again, it was a pretty optimistic speech, and I look forward to working with my colleagues and the administration in terms of pushing his agenda forward and assuring that the bread and butter issues, the quality of life issues, are addressed in this term moving forward.
Thank you so much. Senator Marvin Blyden, back to you, Alwyn.
Thank you so much for the time.
Good evening, and we're back again with the lovely Senator Carla Joseph. How are you this evening?
I am fantastic, and I'm very thankful. How are you doing, my friend?
I am great.
Wonderful.
Great. So let's start talking. Let's see, how do you feel about the Governor's State of the Territory 2025? What are your thoughts?
Well, it had some highlights, and I just want to really commend him and his team. The first I want to really talk about is the obligation of over $12 billion in federal monies. That is a huge accomplishment, especially me, who have managed federal grants for over 12 years. To be able to accomplish that is a huge accomplishment. I want to really give a special shout out to the lady who I know is behind of all of that, Ms. Adrian Williams Octalin, and her team doing a tremendous job to really obligate all of that money so that we can get the recovery happening at a faster and quicker pace, because it's been happening very slow.
Right. So in our early conversation, we were talking about you were impressed about the technical college as well.
Oh my goodness, yes. Because it's not everyone who wants to go on to college, earn a bachelor's degree and the like. We have a lot of people who are really good with their hands, but they need those certification to solidify them in the employment field, as well as others who may be in those fields and those trades who are working, and they could hone their skills even further. So I am very elated. I would like to, at least I'm sure we're going to get to be able to drill down on it in the Committee on Education and Workforce Development, and I'm a member of that committee, and where they're going and how quickly they'll be able to do that. What we really need to see is a lot more rapid implementation.
Everything feels like it moves a little slow.
It moves too slow, and we are people who are able to accomplish great things in the Virgin Islands. We've bought beaches, we've done a lot, and we need to be able to build that up, and it begins from the top. The top, you set the pace, and everyone is supposed to be able to follow that pace.
Agreed. So you are the chair of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, so this is a change for you. How do you plan to approach this new task?
Well, I plan to approach it as I approach everything with a level of intentionality, focus, diligence, effectiveness, and productivity. I really enjoy my work as a legislator. I work with a fine body of people who were selected and elected by our people to lead us through rough times. And we have been through a lot of rough time. I've served on the Committee on Rules and Judiciary since I was elected. So I'm very familiar about it. And, and I'm a stickler for punctuality and getting things moving. I really enjoy it, because that's how you're able to implement things and get real progress. Saying that you're making progress is one thing, but it's all about the action. And so, part of the governor's discussion about the toxic doubt and trust, we have to build on that. We have to build that up, and it begins from the top. In the 35th legislature, we appropriated $25 million for retroactive pay. And the governor went and he used it how he wanted without any consultation with us. Trust. Okay? So it begins with you and it begins with me. And once you have that level of trust, you can build on it, but you have to start from the top to the bottom. And if you're saying something, you got to do it. You just can't say it. You got to walk the talk.
Yes, and the people in the Virgin Islands really deserve it.
Yes.
So what are your thoughts about, let's talk about healthcare now. The hospitals. I have to bring that up for every single senator because that's important to me as well. At some point we have to go to the hospital and we need to make sure that we take care of that. So what are your thoughts?
We need to start. I just keep saying that we need to go faster. The pace, we have to really dig in and move things faster along than we are doing. I'm not too certain if it's a manpower issue or if we don't have the right people in place, especially on the island of St. Croix. what I heard and read in the newspaper about the gentleman who went to the emergency room and then left and collapsed right there and somebody found it, that is something that is unacceptable, not in this 21st century and in these islands. So we have to really dig in and try our very best to do better and work harder. You know, when you're a public servant, I would just want to just close out. When we are public servants, we aren't public servants to get rich. We aren't public servants to get a whole bunch of accolades. We're public servants to do the will of the people and have that tenacity and fortitude to do the will of the people and see things get done, because it's not about the now, us today. It's about the future of the Virgin Islands. So I definitely know healthcare is a big thing. And also we in the St. Thomas district, you see the cancer, the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Center, that is coming up really fast. And I'm very, very happy about that.
Thank you, Senator, for sitting with me.
It's
always a pleasure, always a pleasure, always a pleasure.
It's my pleasure as well. You do a really awesome job in interviewing. Thank you so kindly.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Africa, back to you.
Thank you, Alwyn. Joining me is Senator Ray Fonseca. How are you tonight?
Awesome. Everything is going good, Africa.
What were your thoughts on the governor's speech tonight?
Well, you know, I listened attentively to the governor's State of the Territory address, and you know, I congratulate him on some of the areas that they're moving forward on. However, as the chairman of the Health, Hospitals and Human Services Committee, I'm very concerned. You know,
what are you concerned about?
Well, you know, and I'll tell you why. You see, the waiting lines in the emergency room is too long. We had this situation in St. Croix where the gentleman was there from 12. Unfortunately, you know, at 5, we know what happened. But I've been visiting the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital. There's people there from 8:30 in the morning, much longer than the St. Croix. There's some people, lady called me just the other, she was there 9 hours. She left. They can't see the hospital. So here's what we need. I'm still urging Governor Bryan to declare a hospital state of emergency to address the many challenges. We need more emergency room physicians. We need more registered nurses, we need more patient care technicians, we need supplies, we need equipment. Just the other day, as a matter of fact, another senator from St. Croix was telling me, the MRI machine in Wang Louis was not working. The lady had to send her son off island. By the time he got the MRI, he already had fluid built up. You know, one of my staff members, her mother went to the emergency room in Roy Lester Snyder. It's not working. In addition to that, the state of emergency would jumpstart the procurement process. Because, you know, nobody can tell me when they're going to start Wang Louis, when they're going to start Roy Snyder, when they're going to start Myra Creedy. Imagine when they're going to finish. You know, we heard tonight that there's $20 billion. Well, guess what? If we spend $1 billion per year, it'll take us 20 years to spend that. If we spend $500 million, it's going to take us 40 years to spend it. If we spend $250 million, it's going to take 80 years. We're spending at the rate of $250 million. The federal government is not going to let us have that money for 80 years. We need to speed up the progress of the hospitals, and it will also address the border situation. In addition to that,
let me interject. So how would
Yes.
the legislature assist the executive branch in speeding up this process?
well, here's what. The governor, just like how he did with WAPA, and as of their last report in September, they took $12 million in ARPA fund. They got $9 million from the Bed General Fund, and the rest of the money came from, the Budget Stabilization Fund. They were able to pump $32 million into WAPA with that state of emergency from April to September. That $32 million would help the hospitals. That's why the hospital is in a state of emergency. You know, if the federal government come down here and ask anyone in this government when any of those hospitals in addition to the Herbert Grigg or the Queen Louise home, going to start and finish. No one can tell you when they're going to start or when they're going to finish. We're in a state of emergency.
Yes, we may be in a state of emergency, but the governor did mention the expansion of healthcare facilities in terms of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute and the Healthcare Foundation for the Renal Center.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, good. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because even though we're building the Charlotte Kinnelman Cancer Center, we don't have the budget for the surgical oncologists and the pathologists and the hematologists. We need an additional $2 million to be able to fully staff. Even though the Charlotte Kinnelman Cancer Center is going to have the CT simulator and the linear accelerator, we will have the equipment, but we'll still be short of the staff. We need about $4 million to finish staff the Charlotte Kinnelman. So there you have it. A new facility will be built. No surgical oncologist is on staff. That's a $500,000. So we need to address these issues to be able to provide adequate health care.
Was there anything that the governor did not talk about tonight that you would have liked to hear him speak about?
Yeah, you know, I would like to know about when the steel workers contract negotiations will be finished with all of the unions. I know we did some of them, like the nurses union, et cetera, and the nurses now has been increased, and that's good. That will help us with recruiting. But there's a lot of other employees in this government are still waiting for their negotiated settlements to be completed. So I would like him to address that. Also, I would like him to address when the other balance of the tax refunds are going to be paid. So there's some items that, you know, he didn't address that I'd like to see addressed. And of course, the borders situation in the hospitals, I have to come back for that because, you know, borders are the elderly patients that present to the hospital because their family or they don't have the means to provide the care.
Yeah, they don't have anywhere to
Right,
go.
and that takes up emergency room beds. And there again is the completion of the construction of the Herbert Grigg home for the elderly and also the Queen Louise home for the elderly and also the Human Services demolition and reconstruction of the Joe Malloy Human Services Complex. So in my area of health, hospitals, and human services, I think he touched the surface, but he didn't go into the sufficient detail that I would have liked to hear.
Thank you, Senator Ray Fonseca. Back to you, Alwyn.
Thank you, Africa. Mr. Hubert Frederick, our freshman senator. How are you doing this evening?
Doing pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, you're a freshman, so this probably your first state of the territory. So what are your thoughts, your initial thoughts?
Yeah, this is my very first State of the Territory address. I've seen it on television when Governor Turnbull was in office.
Okay.
I did see it then because I was part of that administration, but I didn't come. I was
Right.
just at home watching it like everyone else. And so it's a great feeling to be here for the first time to see it happen and unfold.
Right.
And the governor was literally within a few feet of me, so it was fun. It was fun.
Right. So what are your thoughts on his speech then? What is upbeat or what did it make you feel with some of the comments that he made?
I was kind of trying to relate it to some of the concerns my constituents told me while I was running, you know, because every time I spoke to people, they kept saying, I want you to do good for me, Frederick. Do good for us. And so I was looking to see if what he was saying translated into good for the people.
Right.
And I could tell you, you know, I think it fell a little short. It was more upbeat speech to talk about his administration, top accomplishments. But in terms of the regular people that I deal with, they can't relate to that. They can't see how any of that impact their lives. For example, $22.5 billion. That's a huge number. It's great. We'll never see that number as a regular Virgin Islander. You know, very few people will see that. And so that's why they're disconnected from that kind of stuff. You know, so yes, to those of us who understands math and going, yes, that's a big number. It will have a lot of economic impact, but on a macro level, not to the micro person. You know, my uncle, my auntie, my cousins won't see any major difference to their lives.
Right. Okay. And you're a business guy, so we know that you know finances and what's not. So that will be one of your strengths. Eh? So let's talk about agriculture. He didn't talk much about agriculture right now, and I've heard a lot of conversation about sustaining for ourselves, being able to, because anything happens has to come in to the Virgin Islands, right?
Correct.
So how we were going to be able to approach that? You're on the committee, you're a chairman of the committee as well.
Correct.
Any thoughts you have on that agriculture moving forward?
That's a good question. I was hoping that he would address something like that. Tell me how, as a farmer, all this money coming in, all these great numbers coming in from tourism, how is that going to help me on my farm? You know, how is that going to help the workers that I have to pay? And now that ICE is doing what they're doing, you know, it's going to be even harder for a farmer to get some help. So, you know, I didn't see that. And so now tomorrow when I go back home, I'm going to have to hear, well, Frederick, I heard the governor speak, but it seemed like he forgot me. And so I'm going to have to now find a way to bridge legislation so we could capture some of that $22.5 billion some way so that farmers could get something, fishermen could get something out of that. See, that's the thing. It doesn't trickle down. And if it's not going to trickle down, nobody's going to care.
Right, agreed.
These great federal grant awards, it's good for everybody on a micro level, but if it's not going into your pocket,
If we ain't feeling it, right.
then it's not going to matter. I could tell you, I own more than one business, and I can tell you, none of this stuff in the last 7 years have touched my businesses. I made more money right after the storm because people were desperate, and they needed to get their dry cleaning and their laundry done.
Agreed. Okay.
See, that had nothing to do with any federal funds.
Right.
That's when we were struggling.
Right.
So I need economic development policies, and I'm going to work with my colleagues to see how we could actually touch the regular Joe Blow.
Right.
How can we impact their basic day-to-day lives? This was a nice speech.
And I think people need to hear it right about now, to be honest with you. We've been going through a lot. There's a lot of negative that comes with politics, to be honest with you. And we need to put our foot to the ground and start working. We need to get some stuff done. And definitely want to talk to you about healthcare. I'm asking all the senators about healthcare because, like I said, it's really important right now. A lot of people are leaving, have to leave to go to the doctors, with the case be emergency room, 6-hour wait. What can we do at this point? What's your thoughts?
Being a former deputy commissioner of health, I can tell you 20 years ago I was in that role. Our healthcare system has digressed. It's gone worse. The things we had in place, we don't have anymore. The physicians that were once here, the specialists that were once here, they're gone. What we're failing to realize, just building a hospital will not make them return. The whole infrastructure of healthcare needs to be changed, improved. And we're not doing it that way. We're just addressing, demolish the old hospital building and build a new one, and that's it. That's going to make healthcare good. No. We're going to have to take this and really start from scratch. Because especially on St. Croix, we are devastated. And to get a surgeon to come here, like for example, a thoracic heart surgeon, someone who opens you up and take your heart apart. How do you get someone who makes $800,000 a year to come and live on St. Croix?
Right.
You have to have a place where his family, his wife, his kids could have an enjoyable life. They don't want to give up their wonderful lifestyle in the States or wherever they are to come here and do what? Just go on the beach? I can't tell the wife, hey, listen, hun, go on the beach every day. That's it.
Don't walk like
There's nothing else to do. No. So we need to develop an infrastructure that's going to make people want to come here, work here, and be a part of our community again. I know it's hard work, but that's what it's going to take.
We're going to hit the run running. Thank you, Senator, for sitting with me. Appreciate you. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Al. Appreciate you.
Africa, back to you.
Thank you, Alvin. Joining me is Senator Dwayne DeGraff. How are you tonight?
I'm wonderful. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone.
What were your thoughts on the governor's speech?
You know, I think I would congratulate the governor on the accomplishments of his administration. 7 years in, to name some of the accomplishments they've done, though I believe some are quite frankly impossible to do. But overall, I think he gave a good account for his administration. The issue I would like to see or hear more things about the senior population. We are an aged community, and not just to the effect of where we're going straight into Queen Louise home or Herbert Gregg. That said, but we have seniors in the 60s, 70s, vibrant. You know, we want to see things for seniors also. And, you know, most definitely, I would like to address that 7 years in as a senator, I live here all my life. I have 8 years in as a senator. The governor has 7 years in. Drive around the territory. Drive around St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix. What do you see? How do you feel? Garbage. I feel so terrible to see my community, my territory, the way it looks. Garbage, sewage.
So it sounds to me like you would have liked him to address some of the beautification processes in the territory.
Well, see, it's not just about beautification. It's about the things that show that the local person matter. In terms of tourism is up. Tourism is doing great. We bringing in revenues and stuff from tourism. But again, what do me, that resident of this territory, have to drive around every day and see? Bush overgrown, garbage. So I like address some of the realities of what we see here. $22.5 billion. It went from $8 billion to $15 billion to $22.5 billion being obligated by FEMA. I heard the new President Trump say he getting rid of FEMA. So what does that do to us? That's scary to me. But again, it's reality. And that's what I would like to hear a little more towards reality.
One of the things the governor stated in his speech, and I'm going to quote, "Senators, let us exit these halls and pick up the political battering ram from the sake of acrimony and personal ambition. Let us work together to pass legislation that inspires wealth acquisition and encourages greater home ownership and business development for our people." What are your thoughts on that statement?
My thoughts are, I agree with him 100%. But again, I'm urging my colleagues in the first branch of government, let's be fair to the people. Let's don't just look at a party and decide, hey, I'm the same party with the governor, so I'm going to do what he said. No, we the first branch of government. We going to make the difference for the people. That's what I want. I want inclusion to be a part of making those decisions, not leave me out because I'm not a member of that party, and then you make your decisions, and then when I have to say, cry foul, you say, oh, the graph or whatever, the minority centers, we just choose to be. It's not about that. We are part of this community. The reality of what's taking place, to hear you say you're going to build this, and 7 years before, you didn't spend these billions of dollars. 2 years left now. We're talking about miraculously we're going to spend $22.5 billion in 2 years. That's all I'm saying. Let's get reality. They don't hoodwink the people. And again, he has great accomplishments for his administration, things he can be proud of and rest your hat on. I support that. I want to be a part of it. But again, I don't want to be fooling the people.
So it seems to me like you were excited that he spoke about the different things, the accomplishments and achievements so far during his tenure, but you really wanted him to stress a little bit more on improving the quality of life for Virgin Islanders, which would include the aging population as well as health care, expanding health care.
Right.
The income tax, 8%. What do you think about that?
Well, like I said, again, great accomplishment, but remember, we gave him $25 million to pay back some of the retro. You spend it how you chose. And then you make it out to be, well, it was between feeding somebody or leaving your lights on, paying you. You didn't tell us that before. We gave you the money. All these accomplishments, local accomplishments that the governor speak about, this branch of government gave him the money. What you did with it, you did with it. But I'm just saying it's not to be negative. It's to be positive, to be a part of it. I'm an elected official, like all my colleagues, and we're here to do a job for the people. Let's keep it in that vein and be real to the people. Tell the people, hey, the truth. Then we're going to all sing honky-dory and happy-go-lucky. But, so again, great speech by the governor on his great accomplishments for 7 years. But let's now get down to brass tacks reality for the next 2 years going forward.
Thank you, Senator. Back to you,
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Africa. I'm here sitting with another freshman. How are you doing, Senator?
I'm doing pretty well.
We're looking good. We're looking good. We're looking
We're looking good. You're looking good.
We
bouncing. We ready to roll. After you bounce, you got to roll.
All right. So this won't be your first state of the territory because you are also a member of another cabinet.
Yes.
But this is to be your first state of the territory as a senator.
Yes, it is.
So what are your thoughts?
My thoughts tonight is the governor came out with some energy. He touched on, I guess, what everybody wants to hear about, but we keep hearing about these large quantities of monies. But I haven't seen in the 7 years that we really stand to dig in.
Right.
And that's important because the infrastructure here need to be addressed. When he speak about how the numbers of tourists that went from one numbers and it jumped, it could come back and be a negative to us as well, because if a person came to the Virgin Islands to visit and you see a lot of construction going on, regardless of how the place look, you are right with it. We don't have the volume of construction that should have already been going on, right? And so when they leave, they could tell the next family member, well, hey, don't waste your time to go to the Virgin Islands because they got a lot of pothole, the place dirty, the place this, they got water, sewage water running all over. So we got to be careful in bringing in large amount of tourists to our community at this time, because
while we were building, right?
While we were building. So we need to really start building because we still ain't really doing anything.
Right.
You know, I mean, we're saying projects are going to be online.
Hearing about a lot of
We've
money.
been hearing that. But that's what I mean. We're hearing billions, 22 billion, this amount, but we have to access these monies. Right. If it means all for local contractors, but we know we don't have enough manpower to carry it out. Right. So I want to make sure they're going to get a little, they bite that they deserve for being here and having the skill. That's important.
Right.
I like the fact that we're looking to get certified individuals, so you have a choice if you didn't want to go to college.
Right.
So that's a plus.
Yes.
That's a big plus. I like that a whole bunch. Being that I'm going to be heading up Homeland Security, what's alarming is when you look at 7 deaths or murders between January to June, and then you had 37 to finish out the years. Right. That ain't good at all. Right. You know what I mean? So I feel that what's missing is the component to prosecute is missing.
Right.
Clearly.
Right.
So under my tenure, I plan to hopefully start to get working. Right. You know, like call parties together and have a solution to get the Justice Department in gear to get going. Okay. So either it's finance or whatever it is that hold up, or whatever the personnel they need to get the prosecution portion together. Because I think with prosecution in place, it'll be a deterrent for somebody else to continue or cut back on our street violence. Because, I mean, we settling it on the street. Because the government ain't doing nothing, so this next person come back, this person kill this person. Family member of mine, I went back and I did. So we need to, if we are prosecuting individuals, then we wouldn't have that problem. I think it'll simmer.
Agree.
But it ain't gonna be simmered because nobody ain't gaining any problems.
Right. You was the director for fire at one point. So let's talk about the fire. And he didn't mention the fire and the merger.
No, he didn't. He didn't mention. I guess maybe it's a year out of when they got the merger going. Right. I feel that I don't think they took enough time to train more individuals across the board. Right. When they had Pafford here was the time to slow down and had your locals. Right. So that at the time when Pafford had to leave, you'd have had more people train up.
Right.
Because it's still, even those, I feel that they got a different setting, because it's hard to really say you're taking in an individual off the street to train them EMS.
Right.
You know, to me, it's brutal to rush it.
Right.
It needs to be slow, and if that's the case, then we need to just like the same we want to open certification for youngsters coming out of school. The certification need to be open to the public.
Right.
That you could go there and train and become an EMT.
Right.
And then the fire service should be hiring individuals that went through that course.
Right.
Because it'll be a speedier process to get it done. Because it's about service.
Right.
You know, everybody wants service. If you go to school, you drop off your child, you want to know that when you drop them out by the gate, if it's a little child, somebody will let to hold their hand and take them across. Right. So it's the same. If you're older and they came to your establishment or your home because you're sick, you don't want to hear, well, I have to wait until the next 2 guys come in another vehicle.
Right.
The person who show up, that's the call that you made. They came to your home and you want to make sure that they could service you. So that's important.
So I'm going to ask you a question about, you covered my health care question already.
Well, the health part with me, I think a rapid portion, we living in one Virgin Island, and I feel we have to have short-term solutions to some of our problems, because just telling me about your money and you're telling me about 10 years or 5 years to fix something, what about now? So certain of our problems need to be addressed now. Yes. The hospital, if Wang Louis ready to knock down, let's knock down Wang Louis, build it, have the individuals either, like for right now, we could do the short term with bringing in, like partnership, making a partnership right now with a outside university / hospital to have individuals come in here to treat or stay a short term period, so we have doctors on the ground. Right. But as far as the construction, we need to get expeditiously and start to work on Wang Louis, staff it fully, and then instead of folks having to leave St. Thomas to go to the mainland, they could be coming to St. Croix because Wang Louis is already finished. Because right now, Snyder Hospital is more applicable than Wang Louis. So we have to deal with what we have. Because I think a lot of time we need to break down. Others might feel all have to be done one time, but just like if we're looking for contractors, we ain't the only place that got damaged. Right. So when something happens else in the States, if it's easier to deploy to that state, most contractors gonna go way easier to deploy. Even though you might make a little more coming this way. But the key point is if you could deploy and don't have to worry about shipping stuff over to ship back over when you're finished. Yeah, I'll cover that.
Senator Clifford Govers, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And we got some work to do.
We got work to do, and that's what I do. Normally, every aspect of my life that I have faced in so far is I normally get everything when it's up against the wall and come off the wall with some patience, because ain't everything that happen as quick as you want it to happen. So but the key thing is, once you start, you got to stay consistent to get it done.
Agree.
Okay, good.
Thank you for your time.
All right.
Back to you, Africa.
Thank you, Alwyn. Joining me is Senator Alma Francis Heilegger. How are you? Speaking to your mic.
Oh, good evening, good evening.
What did you think about the governor's speech?
I think he attempted to be a little bit upbeat in really sharing his message. From the speech, I did like when he spoke about the tourism aspect and how we are placed. I hope that the increased numbers that he spoke about will translate into those tourism dollars that could potentially benefit the people of the territory.
One of the things that he mentioned in terms of tourism is expanding hotels and places for people to stay. Do you think that would assist in boosting the tourism dollars?
Well, as you know, it's over 40 plus years since a hotel has been built out here in the territory. So I think it's a definite plus for us. Anytime that we have access to inventory that could encourage people to stay overnight, because cruise ships do bring a level of financing to the territory, but it's those overnight dollars that really infuse the general fund. So anything to really encourage that, I think, is a plus.
Did the governor mention something tonight that you believe needed additional oversight or maybe an alternative approach to implementing?
Well, I think there were several things he touched on. I think for me that there was some type of a disconnect in regards to him elaborating on certain things. He would say there's sewage in the streets, but we're going to fix it. What does that mean to the average person? What we have to do in really putting out the message to the public is that people just want something to hold on to. They need some type of information. So if you said, okay, we're going to fix it and we're doing plans, this is what we're doing, at least you give the public something to say, well, okay, I know within the next 2 years, 3 years, this problem is going to be solved. But to be in a situation where he just kept saying, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this, and I'm sitting here like, okay, so what does that mean?
So you were looking,
and I think that's where some of the problem lied for me.
You were looking for more of a detailed plan, timelines,
yeah,
deadlines.
I don't expect him to come here in an hour and a half and tell us every little detail, but I think you have to give the public something, I often equate it sometimes to, I had one of my relatives, they had to repeat a grade in 3rd grade. And they would come and say, Auntie, I got an A in class. My whole mentality was, you should be the smartest kid in the class. I shouldn't reward you for doing your job. and doing the best because you're doing it again. And for 7 years of being into this job, I think for me, I expect a lot more. I expect a little bit better. But unfortunately, you know, we've been plagued with a lot of issues of corruption. We're plagued with so many things that are distractions that I think that we really need to get back to focusing on helping the people of this territory and making it a better place for them.
In terms of education, you did mention education. He did state that we will have a vocational school, a vocational college here in 2025. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a plus. Anytime you have an opportunity that our people could educate and advance themselves, because everybody's not college bound. Everybody, some people are going to go into the workforce right after high school. Some people have not even finished high school, when this is an opportunity for them to go down another pathway to be educated, to really help themselves. You know, if we could do whatever we can do to help our people progress by giving them opportunities, I'm 100% in support of that. And that was one of the good things I'm looking forward to.
Like also when he mentioned the UBI scholarships, there were, he said, thousands of scholarships to students.
Well, what he's talking about has to do where the legislature had passed X amount of millions of dollars to really open up the doorways that if you were born here, you went to school here, that you could get free tuition. And it was also extended not only to just full-time students, but now part-time students can participate as well. So that's also a good thing.
Was there anything in his speech tonight you would have liked him to talk about that he did not?
Well, you know, I could sit here all day and tell you, but there was one thing he spoke about I didn't really like. When he went down the pathway of trying to tell the legislature to take the $20 million that we earmarked for the gym and pay retro. I don't know if this governor has a short-term memory, but this legislature made it our business not once, but twice to put into the budget monies for retro. He and his budget directors made the decision to spend the money elsewhere. So if we have a settlement, and one of the things he didn't share with the public is within that settlement, a lot of these things were already earmarked and negotiated. So the legislature had to translate that negotiation into law to guarantee these monies were spent. We had to spend X amount for senior citizen facilities. We had to spend X amount for mental health facilities. We had to spend X amount for social facilities. So if we decided that we're going to build a gym, that's where the money should go. Maybe he needs to go find where he spent the retro money and go and put it back.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis. Back to you, Alwyn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Africa. I'm sitting with the man from West, Senator from West. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, welcome. How are you doing?
Good evening. Good evening. I'm doing fine. It's a pleasure being here tonight with you. And I said I leave the last for best.
Oh, yeah. We
don't bring it home how we need to be
don't get
brought
straight
home.
to it. We don't get straight to it. We don't even waste no time.
Because I honestly believe the governor was talking about a different Virgin Island, not the same one that I'm seeing. Because when you're going to start talking about building up our tongues, and I could go right down there by Windward and just say nothing but sewage. I could go down by Holger Dance and say nothing but sewage. These things have a great concern to me. You want to brag about horse racing? In 4 races, 7 horses die.
Wow.
Any track in the mainland, that track will be closed. Any track in the mainland. So let's not talk about horse racing. When VIGL had the supporters and the spenders, this governor said St. Croix ain't going to have no horse racing before St. Thomas. People need to remember these things. We talk about going after VIGL. Why not go after the company that's supposed to be fixing Polly Joseph Stadium that have our $30 million? These things are real for me. And if the Polly Joseph could come and play and really get in action, Tonga Frederick said the island of St. Croix will start to boost. You talk about schools, there's only one school in St. Croix that talk about Central High. We lost 4 schools. 4 schools was closed down on the island of St. Croix. And you're going to only be building 1? You want to talk about a hospital? You really want to talk about that? Just last week, a mother called me, and I heard Fonseca speaking about it. Her child was hospitalized. He was diagnosed with dengue fever. Once he was diagnosed, they're waiting to do an MRI, and they're playing games with this lady saying, we need transportation to send him over to the clinic, to the MRI place to do it. Trying to find out that they didn't have a contract with the agency, the company, the private company that can do the MRI. This lady, because she had to worry about, had to get her son off of this island. When he got up to the mainland, he ended up having pneumonia. If this lady didn't have that resources to get her child out of here, he'd be our next victim in the hospital. These things are serious. And when the governor come here with these fluff, and everybody sit around and play games with it, it's not game for me and my people. It's real time. We're talking about these bundles. If these bundles come and the money goes out of this territory, what good is it to us? If the small companies them can't get their fair share, it doesn't make no sense to us. The money is going to come and it's going to leave the territory as fast as it come. And anytime that happens, all of those millions that we claim we get, what good is it to any of us?
Right, I was going to ask you, the federal government right now looking to take away FEMA.
Oh,
so what will we do?
Let me tell you something. We need to pay very close attention. The Republicans are in power, not the Democrats. And Donald Trump and his team ain't playing. You see the videos. They got ice all over this territory already. Rolling in. And you know, if someone is in the territory illegally, I understand this thing. But just going knocking on people's door and moving them, these are the people that are doing the hard work. When you talk about this tariff that Donald Trump talking about, this thing is real. You know?
Yeah, yes, it is.
And when you start getting rid of the people who are picking the basic fruits that you have to buy, the cost in the store is going to go high, skyrocketing. So we need to be mindful. If we don't spend this money fast enough, we're going to lose this money. And we're going to sit here with our roads, with our schools, with our hospital, sitting just how they've been. It's been 7 years since the hurricane. And we're talking about all of these billions of dollars.
Agreed.
Show me what's happening. Don't keep promising me. He spoke about the tender pier in Frederick, said, you will believe that this pier is already completed. It's not. So you haven't bring no life to the tongue of Frederickstead. You talk about fixing these roads. Over and over, he speak about these roads. They ain't fixed yet. In 2023, in the State of the Territory, he spoke about a hotel on the island of St. Croix, Patterson Cay, which was supposed to be 120 room. No mention of that. And ask if it started. Ask the question. I'm glad to see that this investor came and did this hotel here on the island of St. Thomas. Right. But if we're talking about trying to get involved in sports tourism and bringing people to the big island, we need hotel too.
Agreed. Agree with you 100%. I like cruising like you, so don't bite me either. Right?
Oh, no. We're in the same fight.
We good.
You know, but at the end of the day, what we have to all understand, if St. Croix fails, the Virgin Islands fail.
Agreed.
Because all the money goes into one pot. It's not that St. Croix going to get the money and St. Thomas is going to get it. The money goes into one pot. And if one of your children living in your house continue breaking up everything, mashing up everything, you think the rest going to benefit? It can't.
Agreed.
You know, so we have some serious issues. I am very serious about this, and I'm asking my colleagues them, because I consider the 35th legislature to be a layback legislature. Folks wasn't bringing in these agencies to ask the serious questions, find out where we are. You know, up to this week, I saw a picture of a lady's home. She's about 80-something years old. And the roof that they took off of her house been off for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
4 years.
Yes.
You know, and the lady's crying out for help. So he said that the Envision program finally got legs. I hope they got 4 to 6 legs, because they really need to move fast and getting our seniors out of the condition that they're living. Because most of the homeowners them that going through this problem are the elderly. It's not young people that just build a house or buy a house. It's old folks that are living with homes without roof, with blue tops up to today.
Well, we really saved the best for last, eh?
I am serious about this. You know, when I got into this, I didn't come to it thinking about money. I'm thinking about service to our people. Right. And that's have been my desire, to see life better for the people of this territory, to do things that are going to change the trajectory of how this territory is going. But when I sit here whole night and have to listen to fluff, promises, and then you're going to come after the legislature and say, bring a bill for this retro money. We gave it to you 2 times, Governor. Why would I give you a next dime for you to do what you want to do? Right. Really?
At the end of the day, the people are suffering. Eh?
The people who feel it. But don't come in here playing this puppy show game with me. Right. I'm not about that at all. I take this very serious. When I ask the people to be their voice, I am serious about that. When I ask the people to give me a vote to represent them, I'm very serious and very passionate about it. and I'm not going to sit down, lay back. This is going to be a rough year for all of us. Because I
Senator,
definitely come in with fire every day.
Senator from West, appreciate your time. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
Have a
you,
wonderful
appreciate
night. God bless these Virgin Islands.
God bless the Virgin
Thank
Islands.
you.
You're welcome.
Well, that was a very lively discussion tonight. Very lively interview.
Yes, it was.
Interviews.
Yes. What a day we've had. So good. The senators seem to have the act together. I think we off running. I think we got a good synopsis of where the government and the Virgin Islands is at. And we're looking forward to the 36th legislature.
I think one of the reoccurring themes tonight was the term aggression.
Yes.
Being aggressive and using aggressive legislation
Yes.
and moving and doing things aggressively. So I think that the 36th legislature wants to see things happening.
Yeah, we need to.
That was a reoccurring theme tonight.
What you're talking about? Like I said, I think we're moving in a kind of a slow pace. We need to bump things up. I think we need to get moving. What are your thoughts?
Yes. I agree wholeheartedly. We have to get everything off the ground, so gotta move forward.
And there were quite a bit of people who said that some of the speech wasn't real, like it wasn't based in reality.
Right.
You
So
know, in
we
terms of
live in it,
ICE
so we have to
FEMA.
feed it as well.
Right.
But wonderful day, wonderful night. We did good.
Yes,
we got through the night, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Thank you so much for tuning in to Legit TV, State of the Territory Address by Governor Albert Bryan. Thank you so much for sticking along with us to see the Senate reactions as well. I'm Africa Harrigan.
I'm Alvin Baptiste.
I'm Jamal Potter.
Thank you and have a great night.
Wonderful night. Thank you.